Yeah. I see. I show up for a while. You just pile it all on.
No, it's like this every time.
Yeah.
I do not
That's
want
not true. It's like one or two people.
format where they put all
Get
that
it going?
stuff together and then they
All
separate.
right. Are we waiting for Jim? Do we know? Is he?
That,
Well, he's doing part of 5B and 5C.
Is he coming up to the board?
Well,
Emily Barb.
I mean, the old format's still there, but we don't get it.
We don't get it clear through, it stops.
It stops and then these are all together and then the
Plans are not together yet.
and if you turn
Yeah,
this
he'd be-
page over,
if he's here, he's going to be involved in unfinished and new 5A anyways. Yeah,
Let's get going.
yeah.
All right. You guys ready?
Are you ready?
yes.
Ready. Let's do this.
Do we not have any landscape guys tonight?
We will. Jim will be here, but not for all of them.
Okay.
All right. I'd like to call to order the Design Review Board meeting for June 22nd. What is the date today? I don't even know where we're at. 2022. Roll call. All members are present with the exception of Member Meehan, Member Greer, and Member Duperalt. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are considered to be routine and are acted upon with one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a design review board member or city staff requests an item to be removed from the consent agenda. All items removed from the consent agenda will be placed on the regular agenda in the sequence determined by the rules of order. Any item on the consent agenda may contain written recommendations from the City of Eagle, shall be adopted as part of the design review consent agenda approval motion unless otherwise specified.
Mr. Chairman,
Member Merrill.
you just got the consent agenda as closed?
Great.
Or got your minutes yet?
I'll second that.
Got a motion to approve the consent agenda. We've got a seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right. We will move right along.
Here. What do you need? Hold on. I do.
Okay, I think
Mr. Chair, if I may, do you have that?
I don't.
Staff, yeah, because we've had a cancellation and we've added more
added that.
items to the agenda, so
We have a new
I thought I had it in my packet too, but.
agenda.
Here's.
There it is. That's probably what it is.
I think we,
Perfect. See what we got.
yeah,
here.
thank you.
Thanks.
That will work great. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we will move on to unfinished business. Action item DR-03-09, modification 3, Restored Community Church. Applicants present. Come on up, state your name and address for the record, please, and tell us about the project and the changes that have been made.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. My name is Randy Haverfield. I'm the architect responsible for the project. Our firm, Architecture Northwest, is located in Nampa, Idaho, 224 16th Avenue South. The project was heard before this commission, I believe, on May the 26th. I was unable to attend. I was in Arizona at the time, but Matt from my office represented the project. He took a lot of good notes after the meeting. I went back through and reviewed the video, and so he's done a good job of going through and marking down the board member comments, the site-specific conditions of approval, and he will be speaking tonight. I'm here. I'll be on the bench in case you need me. Also in attendance tonight is Josh Reneker. He's the landscape architect that a lot of these items we're addressing. He'll be addressing that are landscape related. Pastors Ben and Matt from Restored Community Church are here, along with several members of their congregation. So with that, I'm going to turn over my time to Matt Garner from my office, and if you need me, I'll be on the bench.
Perfect, thank you. Member Merrill.
I just would like to note and thank the Restored Church for getting us some plans that we can read, and they made that effort tonight, and I just want to notice and thank you for doing that. It makes a big difference.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, if we just maybe set it up here and then we'll pass it down. Yeah, that'd be great. All right. Perfect, thank you. Perfect. And just real quick, name and address for the record, and then
You bet. Thank you, Chairman Grubb and members. My name is Matt Garner with Architecture Northwest, 224 16th Avenue South, Knapp, Idaho, 83651. And as Randy said in the previous meeting, we come back now after having reviewed comments that we received. I went back and created a narrative and put together this presentation, hopefully to address all of those comments that were made last time. So once again, this is for the Restored Community Church, and to refresh, this is the location. It's on the corner, just east of the corner of Park Lane and Floating Feather Road, on the south side of Floating Feather. So went back and there was some comments about what was existing on the site, and so I've got some images just for context so you understand kind of what's what. This picture here is taken looking northwest, and so there was some comments about the fence along that western boundary. And so in the image here you can see this is that section of privacy fence that exists, but down in the distance there is that post and rail fence that's proposed to be taken out and made to privacy fence down there, and then also to the south of where we're at right here, so that you would have white vinyl fence down that entire western boundary. Then this is looking northeast from the center of the site, and in this distance there you can see that's that wood look vinyl fence that runs the entire length of the boundary on the eastern side. And then looking down to the southwest, you see kind of the vegetation that exists down on the south side of that property and large trees that exist. And then looking down to the southeast, you'll see there's all the vegetation that grows down there along that canal that runs along that southern boundary. And there's the fence and that existing shed that's proposed to remain. A lot of the conversation in the last meeting surrounded this condition right here. So this is along that eastern boundary where we had that choke point where the proposed buffer, the landscape buffer, would basically go down to 2 feet. Well, this is that condition. And as you can see, I think Member DeProl said that that it looked like to him that there would be some room to move that driveway over so that we could continue that 5-foot buffer that ran along that side. And so that's just an image there to kind of show what's existing now. And then the existing church building that's there now, you'll see a lot of the board, the colors and things are similar to what's on that existing building now. So for the landscape plan, this is the new landscape plan that has been proposed. And you'll see now that that 5-foot buffer runs the entire length of that side, and the drive aisle there next to the existing building has been reduced to a minimum width that can still be operable to allow us to be able to get that in there. And there was some conversation in the site-specific conditions about the shrubbery that ran along this side. And so I've included this, the shrub count, the plant schedule, and you'll see the plants that are scheduled there. There was a conversation that went back between Josh from Rodney Evans' office, the landscape architect, and Emily from the planning department. They went back and forth, and it looked like that the count, because it said that we needed to have 60% evergreen along that side. Well, the Oregon grape shrub that was proposed along that side was not counted as an evergreen, even though it is an actual evergreen. And so if that is counted as evergreen, which it should be, then we have the count, and 60% is covered along that side. One of the other site-specific conditions that was there was, you see, number 4 and 6 had to do with the parking inside of the landscaping inside the parking. And in the count that was originally, there was 7.3% landscaping. We had to meet a 10% minimum to be able to qualify. And so we went back, and you'll see we added 2 parking islands here and here, and then another 2 here. These 2 over here used to be less than 5 feet in width. And so we went back and revised those and made them the required width so that they would qualify. Also, in part of the discussion was this large drainage swell that was not to be counted in the parking. But as you can see, that we have planted trees all around there, and so we would propose that would be counted towards the landscaping, as it will be actually landscaped. And so that's how we've addressed those. I think we lost a total of 6 or 7 parking spaces, but we were well over the parking max that required. And then the material sample. And so this was the material sample that was provided before. But in the one that was provided before, we didn't have the CMU block sample that you see on the board there, which is also accounted for here. In some of the conversation also, there was conversation about the coping that would be atop the parapets that are on the project. And so we've counted for those on here as well. You'll see this cocoa brown and this saddle tan, depending on where the coping cap fell, because some of the body is light and some of the body is darker where you have the siding pieces. And so that would determine which one of those would be used. And so we have those included in here as well. Towards the end of the meeting last time, there was discussion about 2 of the facades in particular that didn't seem to be cohesive with the entire whole of the building. And that was the south and the west elevations. And so there was conversation about what could we do to bring those, more into harmony with the rest of the facades. And so just an explanation of what we did. And also site-specific condition 7 was that we needed to have stamped elevations. And you see here, we have a stamp on these elevations. And so what we ended up doing on this west side is we added these timber gabled elements that are echoed on the north side, the north elevation. They're also added here to try and bring that and break up that long linear run of roof and add some of those craftsman elements to the project as well. Also, a point of conversation in the last meeting was that where there was a request to have the lighting represented. And so these smaller red circles are to point out where those exterior lights are along the elevations. You'll see them down here on this east elevation as well. Then the south elevation, this siding element, can you see my cursor there? Okay, so this siding element here used to be just straight vertical elements, so it was large, kind of a vertical height. What we ended up doing was infilling that roof between the 2, and then to be able to provide that roof all the way across and break up that big vertical element there. And so that's how we kind of addressed that south elevation to try and make it look a little more cohesive with the others. And again, you'll see that the lights are also pointed out where those exist on the elevations. Site-specific condition number 8 had to do with the power of the lighting on the site. And the photometric plan called out for 4,000 Kelvin, which was above the maximum that's allowed. So they went back and adjusted the photometric site plan. And then right down there where that circle is, you'll see that those are all up down to 3,000 Kelvin now. Site-specific condition 9 had to do with the trash enclosure and what those materials were. And so we went back and included the model image from that, and you'll see that it's the construction of it will be CMU block, same as what's going to be on what's on the building proposed. And then the darker color on the building will also match the gates and the bollards that are on the trash enclosure. Those are also these details over here are on the site plan. It's stamped, and those call out for those colors on the site plan and refer it to this exteriors finish specification, which is on A5.0 and 5.1, the elevation sheets, and it calls out what those colors are supposed to be on that. Site-specific condition number 10 had to do with the emergency access on that western side of the property and how that would be blockaded just for emergency vehicles only. And so that's what this is just kind of an image of what that might be. And it would be a steel post fabricated sentinel that would be chained and padlocked, and then the emergency access crews could access it by cutting the padlock or the chain to get in. So on our conversation at the last meeting, there was a lot of talk about the parapet heights and could they be reduced? What was the height of the parapets? The maximum height available in the zoning ordinance is 30 feet in height for the building. And so this building, the top of the parapets are at 29 feet 6 inches. And so you see in the center of that roof where it's just barely sufficient to cover the roof structure. And so that's how tall the roof is inside that sanctuary. And so the height of the parapet cannot be reduced because of the height of the roof structure. Also to note that there is no RTUs that are proposed for the top of the sanctuary. That would cause a lot of vibration up there, and we didn't want to do that. That's why we created that area well that you see down here, and you kind of see the RTUs that are up inside of that area well there. And then over on this other side, it looks like there's a more generous portion of parapet over on this side of the building, but that roof slopes that direction. And so over on this side of the CMU, that roof is a lot higher. And so the roof couldn't be reduced on this side. And so and then if you look down here, there's a copy or a portion of a section through the building right through that sanctuary, and you see how tall that roof is compared to those parapets there. And then again here, you can see the area well over here, and the RTUs are located on there so that you can see where they're at. And up here, there is no RTUs, or on that side as well. They're all located in that area well on the west side of the property. And then also just to point out, as far as those changes that we made to try and help it be a little more cohesive on all sides, these numbers that are here are just to basically indicate that you have a little gable element with that timber frame gable end on. You got 2 on this side, and we've added 2 on this side to the one that was already existing. So we have 3 on that side, and then on the north side you have 2 as well. And then you have the main front elevation that I don't think anybody had a problem with at that point. And so we tried to add those elements all the way around the building so that it would provide a more cohesive building as a whole. Also, there was a question about the gutters and the downspout locations in the last meeting. Those are all called out here on this roof plan. The gutters basically go all the way around this lower portion. And then the downspouts locations are indicated per the symbol legend. There's a little symbol that calls out where those are at. And so here's a kind of a view of the west elevation revisions. So up here in the corner is what that used to be, where it was just a long run of roof. But we came back in and added these little gable elements to try and bring that craftsman feel back around to this other side. And also, I would point out, so you have that big, tall, the sanctuary parapet wall that's up there, but kind of what the design element is to try and step that back and recede it. And so you have that lower roof, then you have a lower parapet where that area well wall is, and then it recedes back even farther so that as you're standing down below that, you don't have this big, giant, tall wall staring at you. It's kind of receded back and stepped back to try and soften that elevation there. Then the south elevation up top, I don't know if I can blow that up any, but you can kind of see right there where you have that opening, and then you just have that big, tall, vertical section of siding going up there. And then down here is where we've added that roof to continue it through to break up that tall section of siding. So just a summary of our response to the last meeting and the comments that we had received, and also to the site-specific conditions, that we've gone through and made these revisions to try and ensure the compliance. And then we've provided that sample board. Hopefully that's what you were looking for, and that satisfies what you were wanting to see. And then, like I said, we just tried to make a good faith effort to try and harmonize all those elevations by adding those small craftsman-style little gables that would try and help, and then carrying those long linear roofs across there that's kind of indicative of the prairie style. And then in response to the request that we had for additional information, we've provided the revised drawings for you, but also tried to present this presentation here to try and help explain what we had tried to do. And so with that, I just say thank you and stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant while we've got them up? Great. Thank you very much.
You bet.
We'll hear from staff.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Emily Giroux, planning staff for the record. So again, this is the Restored Community Church building that we heard a couple of meetings ago, and on your screen where it's located. On your screen now is the site plan. You have the original up in the top left corner, and then the revised on the bottom. Site details that were provided. The landscape plans, and there's just a few minor changes for the interior landscaping, and I'll go through those with the conditions. The lighting plan, again, the floor plans, there was no change to that. The roof plan, the revised, and then the original. The building elevations, what you saw last meeting, and then the revisions. And then you have the original color renderings on the left, and then the revised on the right. And again. The different material boards with the additional materials and colors. So issues of special concern. I won't go through the whole list. We'll just go straight into them. So the building architecture was deferred to the board. Site-specific condition number 2 was regarding trees. They're removing 6 trees. They're mitigating for 2 of those trees with an additional 18 trees. So site-specific condition number 2 states that if the city approves the removal of the trees and accepts the mitigation for the ash and the spruce tree, then no additional trees are required. Then you also have the option, if you require mitigation, they would have to plant an additional 69 trees or pay into the tree fund or a combination thereof. So when you do make your motion, if you will pick which option and then strike the rest. Site-specific condition number 3 was regarding that east buffer. They have met the requirement for the 60% evergreen. So if the board is in favor of the evergreen they have proposed, then we can strike that condition. Fencing location was deferred. The applicant stated tonight that they will replace the open style vinyl fencing. The current plan that you had in your packets shows solid fencing in this red location, solid fencing in this area as well, and then there's a gap, and then there's the neighbor fencing, which is that open style, and then the solid fencing you saw in your pictures. So we may need to clarify with the applicant if they're proposing to work with the neighbor and replace the open style fencing with that solid vinyl, or if they're proposing to have their solid vinyl fencing and then the neighbor's open style. So that's why this has been deferred to the board. Site-specific condition number 4 was regarding interior landscaping. They have met the 10% requirement, so we can strike that condition. There were interior landscape widths less than 5 feet. They have now met that, so we can strike site-specific condition number 5. And I will have a running list of all of these conditions and which ones can be stricken at the end as well. There were parking spaces more than 60 feet away from a planter. They've now added interior planters, so they meet this condition. And so site-specific condition 6 can be stricken. Site-specific condition number 7 asked for stamp plans. We now have that, so we can strike number 7. LED lighting, they revised their photometric plan to meet the 3,000 Kelvin, so we can strike site-specific condition number 8. The trash enclosure materials and colors, initially I did not request this to be stricken. Up in front of you should be these couple of sheets that were provided. These are the sheets that reflect the colors of the trash enclosure that they showed in their presentation tonight. So they have called out the CMU block color now in these plans that we will date stamp today. So if that color and material is acceptable, then we will be able to strike site-specific condition number 9. Site-specific condition number 10 was regarding that emergency access gate. We did see a rendering tonight. However, staff would request we still have this condition in place just so we can get details of that gate. And there was one additional issue, and it's regarding the area adjacent to the existing church building. Right now, they've widened out so that they meet the buffer requirement of 5 feet. That leaves this drive aisle at 18 feet, 7.5 inches wide, which would only allow for a one-way. The only other option would be to go 24 feet wide, but then you're going to be within a foot of the existing building. So right now this condition says to make it a minimum of 24 feet wide. The other option would be to stripe it as a one-way in that area. And then they could retain the 18 feet that they are showing on their plans. With that on your screen is a summary of all of those conditions and items that were deferred, and staff will stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair.
Member Lindgren.
So, Emily, can you go back to that site plan? And I didn't know, has fire commented on that access lane that's adjacent to the existing structure? Because they'll need 20 feet if we got to get around that. Did they? I don't know if I didn't see it in my packet, but
Mr. Chairman, Member Lindgren, they commented on the original.
okay.
They were not transmitted the revised plans, so that would be something that they may want to go back to fire and make sure whether they need that 20 feet.
Yeah, typically they will. So, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. So there's an opportunity to make it 20 feet, even though it wouldn't be a two-way drive, and still provide some landscape on the adjacent side of that structure. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
There's also a fire hydrant, I believe, right around this location.
Yeah.
So I don't know if, I believe there's a fire department requirement that they need 150 feet. So I don't know if they can get around this.
They may. And I
Far
think
enough,
it's just a condition that maybe we want to just
Absolutely.
be on top of. Can you go back earlier in your first part of your presentation on the original elevations versus what's been submitted under this? Because I know in our packet we have, yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. So, okay. Yeah, no, I think that's just helpful. I think in our packets, we just have the new elevations, and so going back to the originals, it's just helpful to see where we were and some of the comments that came from that original meeting.
Absolutely.
And how we progress from there. I may have more questions, but I'll just leave it there for now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Member Merrill.
On the fire issue there with that, have we ever had those gates where they locked them in with the chains and had the firemen have to get out of the trucks and open them up with by clipping the chains? Is that a normal thing to do for a fire or an event there?
Mr. Chairman, Member Merrill, I know there are other instances where there are those gates. How they are locked, I am not sure. So certainly the fire department, when they submit for building permits, they'll also transmit their plans to the fire department for their approval. And if they need to modify it or have a code lock or some other type of apparatus for it, then then fire department will comment on that and make them change that.
So Emily, on that, then if we made a requirement that they meet the fire department requirements and code for both the length, the width, the turnarounds, as well as the gate, can we make that as part of a site-specific condition?
Absolutely.
Any other questions for staff?
Mr. Chair,
Member Lindgren?
Emily, can you, so I want to make sure I'm coordinating what we're seeing from elevations to the floor plan, because I don't think we have. Excuse me, I just want to make sure I've got all the information in front of me. Yeah, thank you. So in this north is to the right, is that correct?
The main entrance is east, so yes.
Okay.
North is to the right.
Okay. And just taking a snapshot of that in my head. Can you go back to those elevations? Okay. And maybe this is a question for the applicant too. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. I'm just looking at, for example, the south elevation. We've got some fenestration on this second floor or an upper portion. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. Maybe it's, Mr. Chair, if it's possible, we can have the applicant back up to maybe address that at some point, if you wouldn't mind.
Any other questions for staff while we've got her up? Great, thank you. If we could have the applicant come back up real quick, name and address for the record, and then we'll got a question for you.
Mr. Chair, again, Randy Haverfield, Architecture Northwest, 224 16th Avenue South in Nampa. If you can go back to the site plan, we've already done the analysis as far as on the fire engine access. There were some dark spots or rectangles that were shown on the site of the lower panel right there. Those are actual locations of where the fire apparatus would park, their reach to the fire hydrants, and then the ability to fight fire in and around the building. We do not need access on the east side of the current structure. It is the preference of the church if they can not impinge or remove that curb and move it more to the west, simply because there's a very large, I think it's a spruce, it's a large tree that would have to be mitigated, and there's no reason to have it for fire engine access. We've provided for that, again, in those 5 spots that are identified there. So striping that drive lane around it as a one-way would be the preference on the part of the church. Speaking to, again, fire engine apparatus, the emergency access only gate that's being placed on the northwest corner of the site is quite common. It's there only to allow a fire engine to be able to move back out onto floating feather. It's not meant to be used at all for normal traffic, during the week or any other time. So it's only an emergency access only location. That's why the gate's there. That's why it's locked. Whether it's a Knox-Box type lock, which only the fire engine or the fire department has access to, or it's just a regular chain and lock, it's locked all the time.
Mr. Lindgren, did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Randy, if I could, and I don't know if you have, Emily, if you have control over, maybe just, I don't know that we have, I haven't seen it, and maybe I'm missing it, but I don't have a floor plan in my packet.
There's a second level floor plan on the right.
So the south, and so, okay, so those are just like educational room, religious
Yes,
education
yeah,
rooms?
meeting rooms upstairs.
Meeting rooms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we
And that's where
provision-
the glazing, just wasn't 100% sure how that was.
That's
and
why we've lowered that roof section in between the 2 prominent entry points, is to be able to get some higher, the windows down to a little bit lower level above finished floor.
So did the overall parapet come down in that center section at all, or did?
Actually, our intent was to create, it's at the same height as the sanctuary walls, so we do have an articulation as far as in that roof or wall plane to create a break in that parapet condition as well. So there is a vertical drop between the two.
Okay.
The center section is a little bit higher than the 2 sides where the windows are not. And again, the intent with the mechanical area well on the west side was to create a location for all of our mechanical equipment so we don't have the harmonic vibration up on the main sanctuary or second floor roof areas. It's above basically a corridor space on the main level. And then we just sidewall feed through and then into the roof trusses. So it's a more efficient system, being able to get air movement in and around those spaces without having to have mechanical equipment up on the top of the worship space roof where we'd have to screen it, and we'd be above the 30-foot limit.
Perfect. Any other
Mr. Chair,
questions for applicant?
if I may, yeah, Mr. Chair. And so the reason behind going from the stucco finish on that upper parapet condition to CMU, what drove that, if you don't mind me asking?
Well,
Just-
we were
just curious
always
what it-
intending for those tall walls to be masonry.
Okay.
So
Instead of cladding them with stucco, you just leave them
yeah, it's
the split face as you
right,
as
a
you
split
propose.
face finish with an integral color. It's a little easier to maintain over the years instead of a painted block on the outside or a painted stucco, which is an added product. So if we're going to be regular masonry walls all the way through because of the height that we need for those tall walls, we just went ahead and used the integral color split face block.
Okay. Okay, I don't think I have any other questions at this time.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Would anyone like to start discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Member Merrill.
I'll start. I am just really pleased with the changes that they've made in the presentation, and it makes it much easier to see what's going on with this building, and to be able to say, I think you've done a good job, and I think it's, all of my questions have been answered from landscaping through to the building, so I'm pleased with where we are right now with it. So.
Perfect. Anyone else have a comment?
Mr. Chair.
Member Lindgren.
No, I think I think they've done a noble job of getting the continuity of. I think what we were struggling with before is we had kind of a what I don't know the word lack of continuity as far as the materials wrapping around the building. So we had kind of these various faces that were presenting different design elements. I still feel like it's a little bit of fragmented in my mind. I struggle a little bit with it. And we've got, my only challenge too is we have a lot of materials that we're throwing at this. I just feel like there's warrants a little bit further discussion, frankly, just in terms of the amount of the various materials, and I have to also kind of caution myself too that some of these elevations are really kind of not in public view either, and so how they resolve it is partially it, and is it completely harmonious around the building? I don't know that it's 100% there, but I'm not sure that personally that if it's a sticking point either at this point, if that makes sense. We just don't have neighbors behind, or it's just to really reflect or to see those elevations. So, but I still struggle a little bit with the disconnection between the elevations personally. I hope that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman?
Member Merrill.
I think part of that issue too is that, you've got this taller sanctuary that's right in the middle of the building, and we usually don't have that type of a structure that's right smack in the middle of the building like that. So
Right.
realizing that is their meeting place in the sanctuary, and that the church, you don't have a steeple on it or anything else that makes it look like a church from the outside, and yet it's very stately with that, bringing that up forward and with the windows and things on it. So I think that's a little bit of the concern when we talk about the continuity all the way around type of the building here.
And Mr. Chair, on that note too, I would say that the more prominent elevations do meet that. The north and the east, the north and the east are probably the ones that are the ones I would be more concerned about, and those do seem to be more have that continuity. So I would agree to that.
I'll make a couple comments. In general, obviously appreciate the modifications to the whole packet and bringing it back. We've obviously got a lot of items here that we can strike, and I think we're all in agreement with striking all those items. Leaves us a couple of items. The tree removal, we need to make a motion on that. Is the main thing. I think we've touched the architecture, but I think we're in a, I'm okay with where we're at on that. I did have a question for the other members on the board. The roof itself, it's coming to basically a zero condition with that peak there. Do you think the TPO membrane being white would be seen at any point? We've got this massive white membrane coming all the way up. And then the question is, should we have a recommendation for a colored TPO, whether it's a tan or a gray, just so we don't have a stark white one there? If 'cause typically it's hidden below the parapet.
Mr. Chair, maybe I missed that part. Is the single ply, there's still a parapet above that at all conditions? Is that my
Within an
understanding?
inch, I think, of the TPO, the way they got it slanted, that parapet wall is only going to be about an inch above it at the center point.
I just don't know how you flash that. Yeah, so.
I don't know,
Yeah.
you got to flash it, I mean, what is the recommendation, but you're saying it's coming all the way up, so.
Well, maybe the condition is, I mean, I guess we can leave that, the detail to them, but that if it's a white single ply TPO, that it can't extend above the coping or the
Can't be
parapet.
seen, yeah.
Absolutely.
We'll make a condition on that, so that takes care of that. For me, so then the only other issue I really have got was we got back to the tree mitigation issue, and where we're at on that.
Mr. Chairman,
Merrill.
could we have Barb pull up those trees we're trying to mitigate the ash and the spruce, where they're located again?
This one?
Already interior. Okay, thanks, Barb.
Did I, in the earlier picture of the first presentation, was there another picture with some other trees on the property already?
Those, I believe, are in this location.
Okay.
along the-
And they're being left and non-mitigated, okay. Any thoughts on the landscape and the mitigation of the ash and spruce?
Mr. Chairman,
Member Ryan?
really, the ash is a tree now that kind of a tree we have issues with because of disease. So we're trying to stop using it. So just mitigating for the spruce is probably the appropriate thing. And they've done that, so I would say we're good with mitigation.
Okay. Any other comments on the tree mitigation?
Follow Jim.
Okay, so hearing the comments, I think we'd go with the recommended on the summaries. We make a condition, I'll have one on the TPO roof, make another condition that they just reiterate everything to the fire department and make sure that that all passes. I think we're all in agreement the one-way striping is probably the best option for them as well as, I'm good with that. I think the group's good with that. Any other specifics that anyone else has that we need to address?
I
Member Sayre.
don't know whether I'm being nitpicky or not, but the smaller windows, do we need to look at how that applies to the Craftsman look?
Gotcha.
Mr. Chair,
Member Lindgren.
just a question for Member Sarah. So where are you referring? Which areas?
All this, when you look at the elevation for the front of the building, you've got the two, it looks like overhead garage doors that
Yeah.
roll up. And then the windows, the smaller windows that are outside of that look very plain. Where we've had conversation about making the windows look more Craftsman.
Mr. Chair, Member Sarah, so where are you referring? I just want to make sure I'm tracking where you're.
Okay.
East elevation or?
I'll look at the east
I see the
elevation, for
garages, yeah, the garage door, yeah.
So window 1 and 2, and then the garage door, then the main entry, then garage door, then 3 and 4.
And so your question is what again?
Could those look more craftsman than what they do. They just look like.
Specifically, the windows that are outside of the sectional door, is that what you're asking?
Right. And
Excuse
I would
me.
think more the main entrance I would be interested in than,
Just to see a little bit
rest of
more,
them, yeah.
a breakdown of that window.
Real quick, it looks like on the west elevations, there's something above the windows or some sort of header of some sort. Maybe they carry that through to those other windows. You see that?
It's on the east side too.
It looks like they're on the west, or above the windows.
I think you have them on all elevations.
Is it
It's really
all?
hard to see though.
Oh, maybe there it is. Okay. The line doesn't continue through, so maybe we'll just get some clarifications on that. Remember, Meryl, did you see that additional header they put above the window? Accent. Through here. So they put them up here, right there, and they could add those there and there. It might
okay,
address the windows.
something that makes it look a little more craftsman than,
Okay. That'll work. We'll just get a clarification on those windows.
On the middle.
yeah, you can't see because they show it dark. but
Right.
we had,
Yes.
Can you also discuss the fencing?
Yes. My thought on the fencing was to leave the condition there, and then they need to come back and do the solid fencing all the way through. Is that where we're headed?
There's no condition, so you'll want to
Oh, there's no
add
condition.
something. It was deferred.
Okay. Is it on, it's not on our summary list? Need that. You moved it. Okay,
It's the fourth item.
perfect. All right. I will. Okay. So in general, I'd make a motion to approve. We'll strike the items that are stricken. We'll add some site specifics for fencing, fire, the roof, clarifying the windows. Go from there. Is there anything else? Great. All right, with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve DR-03-09 Modification 3 with the standard conditions of approval as written and the site-specific conditions as written with the following modifications to the site specifics. We are going to strike site-specific condition number 2 with the following note. The ash trees are considered not as healthy or have issues, and we've elected to not mitigate those, and the spruce trees have been mitigated. We will strike site-specific number 3. We'll strike site-specific condition number 4. We'll strike site-specific condition number 5. We'll strike site-specific condition number 6. We'll strike site-specific condition number 7. We'll strike site-specific condition number 8. We'll strike site-specific condition 9, and we will strike site-specific number 10. We'll add some site-specific conditions. We'll add number 19. To provide revised drawings to the fire department for approval to be approved by staff. And site-specific condition number 20. Provide revised roof color if the roofing material will be seen from the off-site and is not covered by the parapet wall, with a recommendation to use an alternate color if it is, and to be approved by staff. We will make a new site-specific condition to provide a revised site and landscaping plan showing the drive aisles east of the existing church building to be striped one way, to be reviewed and approved by staff prior to issuing of a zoning certificate. Site-specific condition number 21, provide a revised plan showing the specifics of the fencing. 22. Site-specific condition number 22, to provide a revised plan for fencing of exactly where it is removed and modified as well as the styles and type, to be approved by staff and one member of the DR board. And everything. Made a motion?
I'll second that motion.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to be a nay.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll move on to our next agenda item. Moving right along to new business. Yeah, we'll grab that for you. New business, DR-43-21, modifications, 82 townhome buildings. Thank you. The applicant is present.
Yours? Oops, did I do the wrong one? I don't think I did. Oh. Just one? Oh, jeez.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Ken Firmage, and I am with FS1 Development. Grateful to be here with you this evening. Representing Arvery Crest subdivision, and as a reminder, we've been through DR on this subdivision for all of the elements with the exception of these townhomes. That was last fall. So now we're here to present to you tonight 4 townhomes with a couple of elevations on each of those townhomes. I'm going to have some of the members of my team helping me with this because we've got the designer here, Rob Nyhoff, as well as Sarah Hilbig, who's a designer, and then we have a landscape architect, Maggie Clark with Bear Landscaping. She's joining us remotely. She says she can see you. I don't know how it works, if you'll be able to see her or not, but at least you'll be able, okay. But at least you'll be able to hear her, and if not, I'll stand up and take you through the landscaping. All right. So just as a reminder of where this subdivision sits, it's at the corner of Highway 16 and Floating Feather. It is to the north of Snoqualmie 3 and 4, which is part of the Legacy subdivision. And it's an 80-acre subdivision. And here you go, it's a better look at it. We've got 231 single-family residences, and tonight we're just going to show you the 82 townhomes, which are found in Phase 1 and Phase 2. Just again, as a brief reminder of the kind of the subdivision that it is, it's a very high-end in terms of look and feel, but a modest approach in terms of the wallet. This is the clubhouse elevation, front elevation. It sits right in the middle of Phase 2, which is where the townhomes will be around this clubhouse. Just to give you a couple of reminders of what you approved last fall. It will be marketed as Eagle Ridge. So you hear Arvery Crest, don't mean to confuse you, but we'll market it as Eagle Ridge. Some people thought Arvery sounded too strange, so it's all good. So we're going with Eagle Ridge. If you hear me occasionally say Eagle Ridge, I mean Arvery Crest. This is just the monumentation, the signage as you come in from the north, as you come in, as you're in the subdivision, as well as the mailbox enclosure, landscape plan, and just kind of a reminder. It'll have similar berms, similar look and feel of Legacy when you come into the subdivision, but again, it's going to be a more modest price point, and that's one of the beauties of what you're going to see tonight, is we have designed a product that looks and feels Olive Eagle, but will be an affordable price point. So we're really excited about this product. With that, I'm going to, so again, just as a reminder, so here's Phase 1 and Phase 2. There are 4 different buildings with 2 different colors of each building. So you'll have 8 different looks, and we've tried to really mix it up throughout the entire Phase 1 and Phase 2, so as you're driving through, it doesn't feel like it's the same product over and over again. And with that, I'm going to turn some time over to Rob, who's the designer and draftsman, and he's going to take you through the actual product. By the way, for the record, I'm at 4904 West French Glen Drive in Eagle, Idaho. Thank you. Rob?
Okay, greetings, chair members. I'm a little taller than Ken, so I have to adjust this. Rob Nyhoff of Rob Nyhoff Design, real original business name I know. My address is 22697 Ryan Drive, Wilder, Idaho, 83676. So really, Ken hit it on the head. So the motive behind this was to have something that, just looked really, really wonderful, appealed to a large variety of buyers, but also was affordable in today's market. So that was really kind of the motive, and we worked together with a lot of people, color people, landscape artists, to make that happen. So here we have 4 duets, and as Ken mentioned, they each have two unique colors per duet, so that'd be 8 unique looking designs. And duet 1, 3, and 4 are gonna be a craftsman style, with duet 2 being a modern prairie style. And Sarah, if you want to, you can hand out the boards. We have some boards that label the materials we're using, and then we also have material and color samples up there for you to look at. Okay, so our first one, Duet 1A, is a craftsman style. Again, there was a lot of just little details that we tried to put into this to make these things feel very, very special. So you'll notice for this craftsman style, we have the shutters. There's not only the colored fascia, which looks great, but underneath of that, there's what's called the freeze board, which is the trim underneath of the roof. There's the belly band that separates the board and bat so you don't see the seam. So a lot of really neat high-end details in a very nice, beautiful looking home. Again, the design, we designed them to try to look more like a single family home as opposed to look like a duet. So, and you'll notice that even with how we placed the entries. So there's a lot of fun little options. I won't, share all of them with you, but you'll even notice on the top left, there's kind of a creative peekaboo window up there, which would symbol like an earlier time where you would have a room up in an attic. Or on the far right, for your porch, as you enter in, that has the appearance of a hand-stacked, vaulted porch. So again, it's not just a standard flat ceiling. So a lot of neat little details like that. So that first color option, and Sarah's going to speak more on the colors. Our first color option was a little bit more cooler tones. Our second color option is a little bit more warmer tones. And we've done that where sometimes you've driven through subdivisions, and I've noticed where everything kind of has the same beige color. But I think here you'll notice there's a lot of really fun colors. And again, the goal was, driving to your home or driving through this neighborhood, it should just feel very exciting and very welcoming. So here's our different elevations. Again, I love and try to make every elevation look like a great elevation. And I think we've done that. You'll notice there's a lot of roof breaks. There's a lot of, different materials. So just a lot of detail, a lot of time was put into it. We do show all of the gutters. We know that's super important for drainage. And then the landscaping is also very thoughtful, as we're going to, hide our trash receptacles, hide our AC units with the landscape. Something really special here as well is all of our back patios are covered. Idaho has very, very beautiful weather for a lot of the year. So this is an awesome place where people can enjoy inside of their home. They can enjoy their backyard, but they also have a back patio that they can sit on. There's the different color options, the different elevations here. But, again, every elevation has interest to it. And then these are the 2D elevations, which you have in your hands right now, which call out the different colors and allow you to see the different elevations. You'll also notice as we go on to our other styles, we've even switched up, which sconces that we've used. So even though we are reproducing homes, depending on the style of the home, we've changed the lighting, the light sconce. So again, it's all about the details. So on the left side, as a man, one of my favorite features is the garages are very spacious. Typically a standard garage would be 22 by 22 is kind of a standard size. These vary from 24 feet to 28 feet deep, and I think that's pretty fantastic, especially for the Idaho active lifestyle. So on the left side, we have an 1,800 square foot home. There, as you can see, you walk in, it's a very open concept. Again, trying to make this as big as it possibly can. So we really have very limited hallway space. And then you'll also notice we didn't go light on the windows. You know, a lot of times to try to save cost, you can go light on the windows, but as you walk in from that garage, you've got an awesome view to your backyard, and then there's corner windows of the great room. And anytime you have corner windows, it brings in natural light as opposed to just from one wall. You know, so you turn left to go up the stairs, really a fun feature for an office there. In today's world, that's becoming more and more of a request. The powder bath is underneath of the stair and away from the living area. On the right side, it's a similar layout, other than we do have a guest room there and then a full bath that acts as a powder. So on the left, sorry for jumping back and forth, on the left is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath home. On the right is 2,200 square feet, 2,288, 4-bedroom, 3-bath home. So I'm going to go to the second floor now. So on the second floor, on the left side here, again, something that I'm going to try to help you visualize here is as you're going up, you'll notice that there's 2 windows again. That's not going to feel like a dark stairway. That's going to be very naturally lit. That whole hallway is very wide with a neat bench or linen area, and that's going to be very well naturally lit as well. When we have naturally lit homes, it just boosts our mood. It makes us feel better in the home. Very nice sized laundry. All the bedrooms are very nice size. You can see that, you know, each bedroom, you know, there's a Jack and Jill, or not a Jack and Jill, but there's a full bath, but there's a double vanity, and then something we've done in each of these units is we've separated the wet room. And again, that's just convenience for the people living there. If you have a couple kids, someone can be brushing their teeth, someone can be taking a shower, and you don't have to have your kids late for school. The owner's suites, all of the owner's suites are really spacious. You know, I think they're just awesome. Large double vanity there, walk-in closet, you know, private toilet area. So again, to Ken's point of just saying, hey, we wanted a really high-end feel similar to the Eagle subdivision, you know, that's right next to this, but something at an affordable price point. On the right, we also have the 3 bedrooms up. The 1 bedroom is down. There they actually have a neat little loft area, kind of a hangout space. And then there's the owner's bath is also very spacious there with a very large walk-in closet. Okay, so Duet 2, we have a prairie style. One of the notes we received was on the right side to kind of dress that up a little bit. So we did that by kind of coloring some of those fascias there. We even colored the casing around the windows. But this is going to be more representative of your prairie style. So that has the strong horizontal lines. You know, it's the low overhang, the wider overhang, the low-pitched hip roofs. And again, just a really attractive elevation. And you'll notice we even switched up the lighting there. So we have the lighting is appropriate for the style. So if you have more of a craftsman or traditional style, the lighting is going to fit that. For more of this prairie style, the lighting is going to fit to that. And then we've utilized brick and more earth tones. And again, we went a little wider on the overhangs for these units to fit that style. And again, you just want something that when people drive up to it, it feels very nice and it looks very nice. So here's our different color options. Again, trying to make every elevation look great. We got some feedback. Originally, our left elevation was mostly stucco, so we broke that up by carrying that horizontal siding over, and I think that looked really nice. Though the landscaping here is actually going to be even a little bit higher too, to probably hide those trash receptacles. And then as mentioned, every one of our units, I think the rear elevations look, you know, very nice. They're going to have outdoor patio experiences as well. And you can see the different color options. So for the floor plans on these, on the left we have 2,000 square foot. Again, you kind of walk in from the side into the hallway there where your entrance is. There would be some storage under the stairs. And this, you know, again, lives very, very open for what it is. The 3 windows on the left are going to be framed very nice. They're nicely balanced in that space. So not only does it look very good from the exterior, but inside that space, that's going to feel very naturally lit. And it's going to look very orderly. And then you have the bedroom over there with access to its bath. And if you'll notice, That's great. I forgot that I have a pointer here. If you notice, we've got neat little pillars and pilasters, with headers. Again, all of that just makes it feel that you're entering into another more private space, so the bathroom isn't, right close to where you're entertaining or where you're living. So it'd be a great place for a guest. And then on the right, you'll notice that we have already used that floor plan. So what we have is, out of these 4 duets, we have 3 individual plans that we're kind of reusing, mirroring, and matching, so they're all the same floor plan that gets done. So they would be similar cabinet layouts, similar bathrooms. Okay, going to the second floor. On the left here, going up, open stairway again, very naturally lit, awesome laundry size. The same deal for the 2 guest bedrooms up there. And then the owner's suite in this unit has a very large walk-in closet. And then the bath, as you can see, is just a really awesome, very nice sized bath for what it is. And that window would just feel really fantastic in that space. So again, natural lighting is huge for design. You want to walk into a room and you want it to feel very well lit. And then on the right, we've already seen that floor plan as well. Okay, so duet 3, it's another Craftsman style, but again, it doesn't look like the first one. Very unique looking. On the top right there, that would be a fake window, but again, it has that appearance of, in these older homes, you always had those fun attic spaces. So that's what that looks like up there. There's a mixture of, shaker siding, horizontal siding. We've done some different sidings there. This one has stone, where some of the other items we've seen have brick on it. Everything has trim. And what's special about this unit as well is we even have those nice, asphalt eave returns on the gables. And it's just again, the goal was for every unit to have some kind of special feature or pay attention to little details like that to make, as you're walking through, what is a smaller sized home, to make it have a really big feel. And again, here we have our different color options. This is more of a warmer earth tone color option, where the other one was a little bit more bright. I love this elevation. It's similar to the others, but again, that whole wall of shake would look really wonderful. And that's the entry into this unit, is that side entry. So again, from the front, you just have one front entry, and then the entry to this unit is from the side. So again, it looks and feels more like it is one home. And the similar on the back, where everybody has, where you can enjoy inside your home and outside of your home. Here's our 2D elevations. Okay, now the floor plan, we've already talked about these. Okay, and then this is our last duet here. Another fun feature is that we have different roof pitches. Not all of the roof pitches are the same. The other thing that I'm impressed with Lennar about is they weren't afraid to go with some steeper roof pitches. A lot of times, if you're trying to make something affordable, people are always wanting to bring those pitches down to like a 512 pitch. So I think that this looks very high end. Again, kind of fun feature. We have a faux vent up in the corner of that top left gable, which would be, representative of a historic home that would need to vent out that attic space. We have some curved details on those pillars as you enter into the front entry. So again, really trying to make it look, very inviting and different from the other homes. And then different color schemes. And so driving down the road, seeing these 8 homes, they're not going to look the same right next to each other. They're going to all look and feel very different. I'll just kind of run through the colors here. We've seen these floor plans already. You can see, I'll just back up there a minute. You can see there's varying garages, but the smallest garage on these is a 24-foot depth, which I think is just really, really cool. It can fit pretty much any truck for these. Okay, so before I close out, do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for the applicant while we've got him up?
Mr. Chair,
Member Lindgren.
if I may. So Rob, no particular order. I just I think designs look really nice. I just had a couple questions regarding some of the different duets, and maybe we can just go hone in on, like, for starters, on duet 2, on the prairie style. And maybe more of a personal, just a question more than anything. Yeah, you know, I may be alone in this opinion, but it's always interesting when we throw in a shed when we've got hips everywhere, and it may be prevailing thinking that that's fine, and maybe it is. I'm just kind of curious. Is there any thought, had you guys looked at, you know, carrying out the hip? I mean, granted, I mean, what it does do, it does aid to breaking up that elevation, but it just is fairly foreign to the whole design theme. So
Yeah, no, Chairman Lindgren, if I'm saying your name right, that's a
Yeah,
super good question.
I'm not the chair, though.
Okay. Great question, though,
Yeah.
nonetheless. So if you do, not all of, Franklin Wright's work was all hip. So really the motivation behind that was, in layman's terms, just to make it interesting, and I still think that it does fit that same style or that same era. We could hip it, but truthfully, I feel like it would kind of lower the value or lower the look of it.
You know, I mean, the hips, yeah, I'm not that adamant about it, because the hips work, and that low-lying hip lines work when there's like a countering vertical element, and without that vertical element, I think you could make the argument for this. I was just out of more curiosity than anything, because you have it on both the front and the back side, I notice.
No, it's valid, and I'll kind of share, and it has been thought through, though, as well.
Sure.
I wouldn't do, like, for me, in my opinion, it'd be wrong if I shedded it the other way, right? But the reason we have it shedded this way is because you kind of create that nice half moon where, this angles up and then it angles down here as well.
Yeah.
So that's that balance that you're talking about.
And I'm not even so honed in on the direction of that shed. It's maybe more of a comment, but I'm not so, like I said, so critical to me. The other item, I guess, on Duet 3, just a couple questions, just observations. Yeah. So you mentioned about that upper dormer, that taller dormer, and so I think that's above a laundry room. Is that accurate?
Are you talking about this
yeah.
unit right here?
Yeah, that's right.
So that's actually not real.
I understand.
Yep. Okay. Where's the location of it?
Yeah. So I was looking at that earlier prior to the meeting, and I was just curious if there was a way to. Yeah. So you got a laundry. That's right. I'd just be more in a little bit in favor of toning that. This again, we're getting in a little bit of a detail here, but if it's possible to tone down, just my suggestion, and tone down that dormer a little bit, because if it's not really serving a purpose, could you just, even if it's a faux window, could it be more squared up and not stand so proud? Just a thought. Yeah. I'll leave it at that, maybe more than anything. And then I also noticed, I think I saw in one of your images, do you have fencing proposed in between each of these?
We do.
Yes, each duplex, is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. And what was it?
And we have presented that and have the different colors. It's, we have different types of fencing, depending on where it is. Interior, I believe, is a really nice vinyl, and it's more of a higher end vinyl fencing product.
Okay.
I don't have a picture of that with me, but we have showed it. It looks really, really nice.
Okay. And then one more on Duet 3, if you could, I think it's the rear side. I'm not sure which one. Yeah, there you go. And I realize this might be just not coinciding with your program and your plan, but we're kind of celebrating this gable form on the right-hand side on the the rear elevation, yet we don't have any kind of fenestration to that. Is there any possible way to maybe incorporate something in there? I realize you're over the master bath and a little bit asymmetrical to your.
Let's look at that.
Yeah, it's probably over that one vanity sink.
It is. So in the past, I've done that with a fake window.
Yeah.
So I did think about it, and it's a valid question. The reason I didn't go with it is it was the rear elevation, so I didn't know, it wasn't as critical to me as the front.
Okay.
But if it's super important, we can easily put a dead window in there.
Yeah, if we're celebrating an elevation with a gable,
Sure.
it would be nice that that would be coinciding with the plan that's celebrating that mass. But again, it's not from my perspective, it's not a sticking point. It's more of a question and just a comment.
To your point,
Yeah.
you know, I could dress that up with like a nice looking vent, like a rectangle vent or a belly band below that or something like that to break up that long, tall, because you said, yeah, we have a gable there. You know,
Yeah,
I think that
we're
would be very
highlighting a mass. That's right.
Right, yep, I think that'd be a very simple way to dress that up. So that's a
Okay.
great point.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna make that.
Again, just more comments there. I don't think they're sticking points in my mind. Just want to kind of go on the record in some of these things. So
Yeah, thank you.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matt? Any other questions for the applicant while we got him up? Member Merrill?
I really tend to agree with Mr. Lindgren's, especially on the shed roof. In the beginning of your presentation, we talked about making these homes look as one, and yet they're separate. And that, to me, just breaks it up, and it tells me, well, there really are two homes here, but they're really not similar in any way whatsoever. And I really think that if we're going to use a hip roof, that we should probably maybe follow through with that on that. I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't know if anybody else would, as far as if you're not a great architect like you are. So, you know, I would just prefer to do that too. And the other one that I have is, I can't remember which duet it is. I think it was just the last one, the three that we have. Some of these great big ones with the end gables that have the big planes across them and the very small windows. Well, I think we need to break that up. I am worried about that whole plane being, you know, so linear, but it's harder to maintain. And I think we need to break that up with some kind of banding or something on the windows. Look really small against those great big side doors. And then and I know we're going to get into the landscaping, but lest I forget, I would think that we might think of breaking some of those tall buildings up with some types of linear type of plantings on the end, if we can, on that too. So that's kind of my looking on that. I can't tell on some of these if the change of colors is due to the shading, or the shadowing, based upon the trees, or the shadowing, or if it's actually two colors. It's very subtle in some cases, and it's a little more in the others. So we make sure that they're
Right, and we do have the exact colors, because you're right, the shadows and the suns does change the appearance of the color. So we do have the exact colors on our color boards.
okay. And then you know, we have shutters on some and no shutters on the others. And I think, you know, in some areas it works, but if we're kind of skipping around on the shutters, it's once again not in a conducive full home kind of look. So if we could kind of take a look at that. And then on some of these, we have some lighting on the one set of garages and not on the other set of garages. And I think if we're going to kind of think of that outdoor lighting underneath the eaves of those garages, that we might make to either or, one or the other, put them on the side of the door or underneath the garages. But I think we need some more of that. But I think the duet number 1B is one of those ideas where you've got a vertical siding and one looks like a barn almost on the end of that, with a little barn window in there. So maybe some of that.
Ma'am, I just want to make sure I'm carrying with you.
I'm going fast.
Well,
Yeah.
no, you had some really good ones. Duet 1B, is this the elevation you're talking about?
No. Here's what, that
This one here, okay, sure, right, that's your point of it's this very large mass.
Right.
To break that up a little bit,
And one
sure.
little tiny window up there, yep. So, I think that's all I have for right now. I'm sure to go along, it's hard to, yeah.
Okay, thank you, great thoughts.
Thank you. All right, well, I hear from
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Member Lindgren.
Sorry to,
Yes.
one more comment. So Rob, so I'm looking at duet 1B, and I think if I understand, I'm just trying to get my mind around all these. So 1B's got the, maybe more so 1B, which has got the broad elevation. If you could, the side elevation, sorry, yeah. Yeah, there you go. So, and 1A and I think 1B probably, I think they're the same, there you go. So maybe just a comment and maybe something for the board to consider is it's one thing when this is sitting up against a fence line and you're adjacent to another duet, but what I might suggest is if this is sitting adjacent to an open space on an end, that we provide some additional detail, maybe it's just a little shed kind of applique on top over the window, something that's got purpose, but something that fully more breaks down that elevation.
Yes,
Does that make sense? Could you do something?
perfect sense.
I understand when you're against a fence line, it's like, why are we dressing that up and trying to take that and be measured about it? But when it's an open space, it's a different animal. So
Yeah, no, totally agree. I think when we're done, I'll kind of review to make sure that all of these larger gables are either interior, and then if
Okay.
not, we'll look at how to dress that up.
okay, so
That's a great point.
it's okay. I mean, I think I would like to see that as a condition on, especially ones that are open to space, and we'll address that under the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Any other questions for the applicant while we got them up? Perfect. Okay. We'll hear from landscaping.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh,
Or whoever else you'd
and,
like to hear
actually,
from.
Sarah with Colors.
Sarah,
is gonna
Colors,
share some
perfect.
thoughts with us.
Thank you.
I'm not as tall as Rob, so. Sarah Hilbig, my address is 1707 Palmer Lane in Eagle. Just wanted to point out, I guess, firstly, that I am a direct neighbor to this. So I'm so excited to have been a part of this process and making sure that it fits. Our house is a little older than 100 years old, and so it's been really fun to work with Rob, who's so thoughtful at making sure that it fits into the landscape since we've been there for quite some time. We're not 100 years old, but it's been great. And this project is about a mile from the foothills, so we wanted to be really thoughtful about how we used the color and the tones and the materials to make sure that it fit within the city of Eagle and the landscape that existed there. So you'll kind of notice a bit of those colors as those boards were passed to you, and the material choices are very, very thoughtful to make sure that we have the variety in every single one of the elevations. So thank you very much. Anyone have any questions about the material choices or the colors that were selected?
Any questions about materials or colors that were selected? Think we're good?
Thanks so
Thank you.
much.
She should be able to share her screen. Give her a whirl, see if she's able to speak. Should be able to. Should be good to speak, yeah.
Maggie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can share your screen. Yes, you can share your screen if you'd like, and then go through the landscaping elements, or I can just show the slideshow and you can talk to it.
All right. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
There it goes.
We can.
Not sure if I can blow it up.
Are you guys able to see that?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think we'll be able to do any of the reading on it.
Yes, we can hear that. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Nope. Can you hear us now? All right. Hand signals.
Hello?
Hello? You there? Can you hear us at all?
Can you hear them, Maggie?
You heard us for a second.
Hello?
Hello, hello?
Are you there?
We're here. Can you hear us?
I'll text her and let her know that.
Okay, we can hear her.
Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Thumbs up, thumbs up.
You see us? Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm not a cat.
There you go.
Okay, sounds like you can hear me. I can't hear anyone, so questions might be interesting. All right, I'll starting with the landscape. First of all, I'll begin discussing Duet 1. Just as an example, okay, just Ken will text me the question, so we'll move on with that format. In the back, where you see those large trees, that's a budding common space. And so, and I know Rob touched, oh, I'm sorry, I should introduce myself, sorry. I'm Maggie Clark with Bear Design Group. My address is 717 West Eldridge Drive in Pocatello, Idaho. Can't see the presentation. Okay. Looks like Ken is queuing up the presentation.
I'm a ventriloquist.
All right, perfect. Sorry about the technical difficulties. That end of that address was in Pocatello, Idaho, 83201. Okay, starting again. On the fencing, I know Rob touched on this a bit, but on the common spaces, which you can see those large trees on the left side of the screen there, those are showing the edge of a common space. And so where a unit would abut a common space, we would have view fencing, so wrought iron, nice wrought iron fence. And then in areas where, like the unit is next to another unit, then, or I guess on three sides, if they're facing or next to other units, then there would be the vinyl privacy fence. This is showing vinyl privacy fence on the top and bottom of this example. And then what we really tried to focus on is just showing 4 seasons of interest in our landscape. So we wanted to blend evergreens as well as ornamental grasses and blooming perennials, blooming shrubs, to really give you a well-rounded look. And so you can see the variety, and just because of the variety of the duets that are being shown, and really keeping with that feel of not a cookie cutter, right? And so we're in line with the high-end feel and really showing a dynamic landscape to match this development. We are showing evergreen screening on the AC units, which is noted as a 1. It's it's a little hard to see at this size, but it's on the top side of the drawing. There's just a little circle 1, and it has 4 little shrubs around it. Okay, perfect. And so that's screening those areas, especially where there's view fencing to common lots. We're making sure that that is really well screened. There's also some ornamental evergreen on each unit in the backyard. And then in the front, there's some nice blooming perennials that will really show that seasonal color, as well as some nice blooming shrubs that will, cycle through from the spring to the summer into fall. And then that evergreen screening unit for the garbage receptacles as well. And then we can move on to Duet 2. Oh, I guess, would you mind backing up? Yes, so this is an example of the planting schedule that we've created, which is essentially a template for each sun exposure. So it's just because of the dynamic arrangement of the units and their locations, there's going to be so many different sun aspects. And so you can't really just say, well, this is what this type of duet is going to have, because, right, they're going to cycle through and there's going to be so much variation. So these are subject to change, of course, due to availability and also where the sun exposure is. So this is a little bit of a unique approach just because it is based on the sun exposure. So there's 4 slide. Okay, once again, this is the west-facing unit. So on this one, you see the privacy fence on all sides, well, 3 sides, nothing on the front. And I kind of already, well, this one shows the shade trees in each one of the backyards. If there's not common lots that provide shade trees that are kind of hanging over the lot, then we try to make sure that there's nice shade opportunities that really optimize the patio to shade that patio on either side, I guess, depending on where the sun is. And we have that noted as to make sure to locate the tree to optimize shade on the patios. Next slide. This is the schedule for the west-facing units. Next slide. And this is the south-facing unit. It's pretty much the same concept, just a blend of evergreens and deciduous plant material. Next slide, please. The corresponding planting schedule with that sun exposure. Next slide. And then this is the last one. Once again, similar concept, but also produced a very different design look. So you are going to get a very dynamic feel as you look at these units, and the people that live in them are not going to feel like their unit looks just like the neighbors. So we feel like that's going to be a really nice touch and really finish off the feel of the development. Is there any questions?
Put it on speaker. Do you
Any
want me to
questions
do
for the
that?
applicant, right? Yes, Member Merrill, let's see if we can get a question in here.
Okay, I'm going to tell her I'm going to put her on speaker. Okay.
We have Maggie there? Nope. Ken?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
We're in business.
Maggie, this is Nancy. I guess it's girl to girl, huh? Yeah. Can you tell me on every one of these duets, 1, 2, 3, and 4, we have a brown color on there. Is that ground cover? What you're using?
Yes.
What?
Yes, it's just signified by rock mulch. So that would be like a black and tan rock mulch, a small size, nothing too large. So in between like 3/4 to 1 inch crushed basalt rock.
Okay, and then on duet number 2, and some of these you've got an area that's called previously approved. Can you see if I can?
That's common landscape area.
That's a common landscape, and that was,
Yes.
so
Design
is that
review
part of the
package.
sidewalk area then? I'm looking for trees planted in the front of the houses. So is that where those are planted? Back of the garage?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and let's see, there was one more. You talk about a vinyl fence. What is the size of the vinyl fence and what's your color?
6 foot.
6 foot.
By 4-foot panels?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and color, do you,
It's a light, it's like a tan.
like a tan?
Yeah.
Would you consider thinking about something with a composite type?
Yeah, actually, we're trying to get composite. It's gonna be, that's what we're trying for.
Okay,
The type of material, the thing we're trying to get was out of stock, but yes, we would consider a composite.
thank you.
Yes.
We've got vinyl on the back of the whole common area of ours, and we're trying to keep the panels in.
Yeah,
So I
agreed.
think if we could do that, I think that would be very helpful. And I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
Member Sayer.
I have a couple. Who's going to be responsible for the landscaping, the flowers and so forth on the private areas?
Oh,
Would that be the homeowner or the homeowners association?
all the common areas in the front is the homeowners association, but the rear interior lots will be the private.
So you're starting them off with
Yes.
plantings, but they can change it if they want to.
Right.
And there was one picture that she showed with the fencing that was on a corner lot. And does that have solid fencing, or would that be open fencing?
Anything that's near, adjacent to a common area is wrought iron, open fencing.
Okay, it looked like that was marked for solid fencing.
It won't be. Anything adjacent to common area will be open wrought iron.
Okay.
I think you're right. We'll make that change though.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Maggie?
Mr. Chairman. Yes. Maggie, in looking at all the color renderings of the different options, it seems like 90% of our landscape is either 3 foot tall or it's a mixture of annuals and perennials. And we've only got like 4 images out of 16 that have anything that's like a vertical element per se. I'd probably recommend on kind of these starker side elevations that we try to break that up with something more vertical, whether it's evergreen or deciduous, because we're just seeing a lot of house and nothing to kind of modulate that. So that would just be a comment on my side.
That's a great comment, and actually someone else had brought that up as well. So we'll definitely integrate some taller things in there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We'll hear from staff.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So again, this is 82 townhome buildings within Arbory Crest. And I know the applicant just went through all of the landscaping and elevation, so I will go straight to our issues of special concern. So with that, there were 3 issues. So building architecture, we have deferred to the board. And again, 4 different renderings on your screen. Site-specific condition number 2 is just asking for the plans to be stamped by a licensed architect. So we'll make sure we get those. And then lastly, with site-specific condition number 3 regarding lot layout. And in your packets, the 8.5 by 11s, you do have the updated lot layouts, not in the 11 by 17s that you had previously gotten. So they have complied with this condition. There was just some, there were 3 of these that were labeled wrong. So they have now fixed those, so we can strike site-specific condition number 3. And with that, staff will stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair.
Member Lindgren.
So Member Mayan brought up a great point. Since these are duplexes, I don't believe they require a licensed architecture stamp. Is that something that the city would still require regardless?
We do, yes.
Regardless of whether or not it's required by the building official? And
Correct. The zoning code requires it.
Is regardless of what residential or otherwise, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, just want to clarify. Okay, thank you.
Great.
I think that's all I have.
Any other questions for staff? Great. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Anyone like to jump in? I guess I can jump in. Looking at it, I think we'd strike site-specific condition number 3. We'd add some site specifics. Some things that came up was a comment about providing the duet 1 or 2 not to be on basically like an end cap, and have some of those buildings have some architectural interest, because you've got some great ends to some buildings, but not those specific ones. So I'm going to come up with some type of condition on that. I think in general, the fencing, we need to provide a revised fencing layout to just articulate where it's open, where it's not. And then some of the entrances are behind fencing, and just to make sure that that's addressed and they work through the fencing issues. And then there was the shed roof. In one of the elevations, it actually looks like it might conflict with the windows, so just maybe we'll have them look at that shed roof and make sure it's not conflicting with the window there. But we'll take a look at that. And then there was a comment about, the shutters. I think it's on Duet 1. They are right to the end of the building and actually over the trim piece on the end of the building. And anyone have any thought on that? If it would look better without that? Or okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Romero.
we're either going to have to make the windows smaller and make the shutters fit or take them off there because they're in two different locations and they really do run towards the end. So I think that they'd be better without there, as well as the shed roof on Duet 2. Needs that be revised.
Any other comments or thoughts?
Mr. Chair, so just want to get my bearings straight because there's a lot of duets to consider. I would just, so I think we made, let me go back to my notes. I think we made the comment regarding Duet 3. Sorry, I just want to make sure I got my thoughts straight here. Duet 3, I made the comment about, you've got it up on the screen on the top, I guess we call it the front elevation. If we could maybe even, I like the idea of having that gable there, the dormer there, but if it could be kind of a little bit less overstated and tall, if it could be brought down a little bit, and that, I get the faux opening, but if it could be just a little bit more understated and not so pronounced. I agree with the introduction of the shed form and the prairie style. It just seems a little foreign to me, but however they want to accomplish that, I'm open to suggestions. So that would be Duet 2 on both the front and rear. The sides of, again, I want to make sure I've got this straight, on Duets 1A and 1B, especially, I think you brought this up, especially where they are adjacent to open areas, that we provide, some additional articulation, whether it's like a little shed, again, a purposeful shed roof that maybe down low that helps scale that portion down. I get the fact that when it's adjacent to a fence line, it's a different animal. Also on those duets, and I believe it was the ones, and bear with me, that there was a single window on that side, and especially maybe just to add to that condition about the additional articulation where it is adjacent to open area, if they could possibly even look at it, adding additional windows at that side, because there's plenty of opportunity. I mean, there's a master bed and other open areas. Yeah, and we just have a single window in a large mass, a rake wall mass. Hopefully that makes sense. This is the Duet 1 I'm referring to. Okay. And there's plenty of opportunity for other fenestration over there. And again, I guess I'm more specifically would address the areas that are adjacent to open areas versus adjacent to a property, a building next door.
Mr. Chairman,
Member Sayre.
I am not in favor of the shed roof on those buildings. I think it doesn't look like a prairie style. And some of the side windows, there's 3 different, I don't know which one this is, but there's 3 different windows and they're all different. One opens, one doesn't look like it opens, and then there's a small one, maybe a bathroom window. But it seems like some of those windows are really, really small. Maybe it's just the scale of it, but it seems like they could beef up the windows and then add some extra change of vertical to horizontal on some of the ones that are so plain on the sides. I think they're nice concept on the floor plans and all, and some of the front elevations are nice, but I think they still need a little work.
Yep. Member Sayre, that brings up a point that I forgot to discuss. The clubhouse, mailbox structure, all those things at the very beginning that we saw, that we proved a long time ago, with the exception of this shed roof, have they're nowhere close to the same architectural genre.
Right.
So I didn't know where we thought about that. I mean, it's not that the clubhouse is out from the side or anything. It's right in the middle of all these that are basically totally different architecture, in my opinion. But I'm open for discussion on that and thoughts on that. Do we want a totally different clubhouse, different place? Is that what they're going for, or what they're? So
Is it possible to change it now?
we could talk to them about it, but is that what we're looking for, or do we think having something different, or?
Mr. Chairman,
Romero.
I'm just going to want to bring up Eagle City Code 8-2AA-13, parentheses B, parentheses 2, parentheses small d, and E. And that purposely says the proposed building should be designed to be harmonious with the buildings in the surrounding vicinity. So we take the entrance, the clubhouse, the mailboxes, and it's the whole of everything that has to be the continuity and harmonious to the, and should not be designed to interfere with the visual character, quality, or appearance of the surrounding area and the city. And so if were possible, it wants us to look at the thematic relationship with the other physical improvements that are designed as a whole. So it's so hard for us when, just as you mentioned, we have parts and pieces come in. We've got clubhouses, we've got beautiful entries, we've got mailbox structures, but they're on the back burner, and we bring in another set of architecture, another set of styles into the forefront, and we're trying to bring them all back together into a continuity to meet the Eagle City Code. So I think that we do need to discuss them, and we do need to figure out how it's all gonna go together, because it is an entrance. We do have an entrance into these. There's 82 of them, the townhouses, which means there's like 160 some total. Large amount of space or land mass, right up next to Highway 16, and it's gonna be a beautiful big subdivision. So, yeah, we do need to make sure that fences and landscape and all of it is contiguous as a whole, while we're trying to do the individual personalities of each of the areas. So I just want to bring that up, because that is part of our city code, of something that we have to look at and discuss that. So, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Member Lindgren.
so, yeah, I mean, to that point, I mean, you look at Duet 2, and that is for sure the closest, in terms of prairie style to the originally proposed or approved clubhouse. I don't mind other styles. I guess maybe some thought is that we have more of that Duet 2 or variations of that Duet 2, and whereas we have more 3-to-1, we have more of the Craftsman higher gable forms that are quite a bit different than the pool house. So I think I don't mind, additional styles. I just think when it's predominant, a different style than how the pool house is being addressed, that's maybe where I kind of
Can we pull
get tripped up a little bit.
pool house back up?
Barbara, is that what you're doing?
I didn't hear the question.
You're pulling up the original pool house look.
Oh, no, I wasn't, but I was going to make a statement.
Okay.
Oh, please.
Let us hear from staff. Barb.
My statement is, this is a residential development. And any other residential development that just had single-family homes in them, we don't necessarily make sure that every single one of them is harmonious with the other. We don't even coordinate any of that. I do believe that there may need to be maybe some working with some of the elevations to try to incorporate a little more of what you have with the clubhouse and maybe the entry features. I don't think that they're completely off with their elevations. But I just wanted to make that you aware of that it is a residential development. We don't have, you don't talk to your neighbor to see how they're designing their house, that it matches and it has the same siding or things like that. Just making you aware that the reason that we're seeing these is because our code requires anything above a single family dwelling that we review them. So I'll just leave it at that.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman?
Member Merrill.
Barb, then maybe perhaps when we do our discussions, we leave that out of the discussion, because that's what we kind of go by as staff discussion. And that was definitely a leader in for me when the staff said this is the way that it should be. So, you know, if that's not something that we should be discussing in a residential area type of where we are with that, then let's pull it out of the discussion then, so that we don't lean on that code to do something that maybe we shouldn't be doing. So that would be helpful for us.
But wasn't that a whole section of the architecture that was, I apologize, I don't have the staff report in front of me,
Okay,
but
it's on
we
page
can certainly look
13
at
of
doing that.
18 if you want to go back and look at that, but that would be helpful if that, because I don't know, I lean a lot on you guys to, when in your discussions, as to, I've tried to follow suit.
Yep.
Thanks.
Well, we'll look at that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else? Barb? Perfect. My thought would be to allow the applicant to address that issue if they want to modify some architecture on the clubhouse, they want to modify some architecture on those other structures to incorporate some of this stuff. You know, I think we'd all be in favor of that, and or maybe modifying some of the duets to bring some cohesiveness together. So I think we can leave it up to the applicant to, you know, make a run at it, knowing that we aren't going to absolutely require a mass change on one section or the other, I guess is where my thought is. But we do feel like there should be something tying it together a little bit more, would be a recommendation from the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Member Mann.
I agree. I think when you come in, especially when you come in with multiple packages, this is the risk that you take. But the code's written that we look at multifamily in various versions, condos, townhouses, duplexes, whatever you want to call them. So it triggers this design review. Otherwise, we wouldn't be looking at 8 different building styles. They came in early with a different package for the common areas, and now the two don't match. And that's the whole purpose of this code, is to have them be cohesive. So I think they have the option to go back and make the houses duets match the original application that's already been approved and architecture, or relook at their common space and their architecture, and maybe it's better to bring that back to us to look at a different architectural style.
And the applicant, knowing that we're okay with changing the common area stuff and things like that, we're not going to say no, we're not going to let you change any of that or modify any of that or anything like that. But they know we'd be open to that and go from there.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I kind of recall that this question got brought up during the Pool House discussion and whether or not the architecture would reflect it, and I think it was answered in the affirmative. So that's, I think, and again, I don't mind different styles. That's not so much the issue. It's just when I think that there has to be this, you know, it has to lean towards that style more, because it's a very clean. I really think the Pool House is gorgeous, you know, and the homes are gorgeous. They're just, do they connect, and is that really our purview? I just want to make sure that's our purview as well. But I just would encourage them to look at it for their own sake and continuity in the design of the development.
Mr. Chairman?
Member Merrill.
And this would probably be staff question on this, is that, so if they did come in, let's say, and look at the common area with what we're talking about right now, to get with the pool house and the mailboxes and that, and they make the changes to reflect some of the styles that are here that we are looking at tonight, would that have to go clear back through another application, or could it be done with staff and a couple design review applicants? I mean, commission.
Mr. Chairman, that would be up to your recommendation.
Okay. Which we could.
Yeah, I don't want to hold them up.
Yeah.
I want them to be able to move forward, and I just want to make sure that we have other applicants come in that we don't.
At the end of the day, no one can move into a house until the pool house is done anyway. So the gazebo's done, the mailbox is done. So at some point, it's all got to get done. So.
Mr. Chair, can I make one more comment? And just looking at the color palette, I think the one big redeeming, factor in this is that the color palette is very consistent with, if I recall, what was done at the pool house. So I think that that alone will kind of bridge that gap between the different styles. Well, it will help very much so.
Yeah, and that's
I'm
another
just
good
looking
point.
at
We
the-
should
the
probably see
palette.
that as well.
Yeah.
So, okay. Okay, so in general, I think we've got those kind of original conditions I just talked about. And Member Lindgren, on Duet 3, is the gable roof window, remind me, is that what it was? Just
Yeah, I was just, again, my suggestion, again, for what it's worth, is just to bring that gable down a little bit and to minimize that faux window at that location.
Okay, perfect. And then we'll make a condition to evaluate the consistency between the pool house architecture and the original packet architecture, this architecture, and come back to us with where they're at on that. That sound reasonable?
Mr. Chair, if I may, just so that these conditions don't slip through the cracks, we also just did have the duets 1A and 1B, or
Yep.
1B adjacent to the open areas.
Got that.
That they have some additional articulation, however they want to achieve that.
Yep.
And then, if possible, also on Duet 3 on the rear, if they could just reconsider about how to address up that gabled rake mass with a faux window vent, whatever, something that just kind of fills in the gap with that large gable.
Okay.
I think those are just more recommendations. Yeah.
Okay, right, recommendation, okay. Any other comments on the board side? Great. All right, well, the applicant come up real quick and have them name and address for the record, and we'll,
Thank you.
You
Ken
bet.
Firmage, 4904 West French Glen Drive in Eagle, Idaho. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the discussion. It's so helpful. I just wanted to quickly address the style because we've spent months and months and months going through because we did want to match to the extent that we could the clubhouse. One of the challenges is if you use the Eagle Design Architectural Guidebook, there is no modern. And it's a modern style clubhouse. So what we did is we went with the Prairie, and that 1/3 of the buildings are number 2. We also have 80 other lots that'll be single-family homes, and we also want to blend with Legacy, which is 2 all around us. So it's kind of a mix. So we use color palette, and again, we use Duet number 2. Almost 1/3 of it is Duet number 2. So between color palettes, between number 2, using that, and we can hip that, if you need us to, that's fine. But we really spent a lot of time thinking through the look and feel. We don't want to exclude buyers, right? There's just, people have very strong opinions about modern and Prairie. And so we have to be very careful. And so we dressed it through colors. And that was the way we felt like was the best way to address it with a nice, with more Duet number 2 than any of the other 3. So anyway, thank you very, very much. Any other questions? And we're happy to make those changes that you're recommending.
great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, with that, I think I'll make a motion, and then if I missed anything, we'll have some discussion, see what we can get here. With that, I'd like to make a motion to, actually, before I make a motion, so are we going to continue this? Or are we going to see it in front of the group of people if the architecture change just comes back? Or
I'm fine to keep it moving. I don't know that. I mean, Mr. Chair, I don't know that. But I'm open to discussion, but I wasn't necessarily suggesting that myself, but I'll leave it to the group for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we've had discussions with the common areas in the pool house and all of that, so we know what they are. We know what these are. I think that we can blend them probably with just a meeting with a couple.
So it'll be like three members of the board?
And
Okay.
a staff member
At least
without
two.
having to
Staff and 2 members?
come clear back from another meeting, yeah.
All right.
I think at least 2 members of the board would be helpful.
All right, we'll roll with that. All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve DR-43-21 with modification with standard conditions of approval as written and the site-specific conditions as written with the following modifications. The site specifics, we will remove site-specific condition number 3. We will add site-specific condition number 12. Provide revised building layouts that address the end units that have large blank areas, specifically Duet 1A and B, position the duets to provide architectural interests on the end caps or that face common area or open spaces, to be approved by staff and 2 members of the DR board. Site-specific condition number 13, provide revised fencing plan that shows specific layout of fencing styles and types and locations, taking a note that some of the entrances are behind fencing, to be approved by staff and 2 members of the design review board. Site-specific condition number 14, provide a revised elevation of the shed roof, taking into consideration the windows behind it, to be approved by staff and 1 member or 2 members of design review board. Site-specific condition number 15, provide revised elevations of the duets that have shutters that go to the end walls and cover the siding trim, to be approved by staff and 2 members of the design review board. Site-specific condition number 13, a recommendation on duet number 3. Actually, it's just a recommendation. A duet number 3 to have more architectural interest on the back area. Our site-specific condition number 16, provide a revised elevation of duet number 3, possibly lowering the gable roof and modifying the window. And then site-specific condition number 17, provide revised layout showing the cohesiveness between the pre-approved buildings and structures and the new duets, to show some harmony in the design and construction, and to be approved by staff and 3 members of the design review board.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded. Did we miss anything? Oh, sorry, last one's 2 members. Sorry, we'll stay consistent there. Motion's been made, seconded. A little bit of discussion. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we
Yes.
take a 5-minute break?
I would
Sure. I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be right back to the meeting. How do we do that?
And,
Let the record.
Mr. Maya and myself are going to recuse ourselves for the next 2 applications, so just may as well get that on the record.
Let's do that. Let the record show that Member Mayan and Member Lindgren are going to recuse themselves from the next 2 items, which are going to be 5B and C.
Wonderful.
No, it's just us.
That's us kids.
That's right.
We don't have the rest of the team.
All right. Although, do we need Emily? Nope. All right. I'll make a motion to reopen the meeting after our break.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right. We will move on to DR-34-22, hotel building for Marriott Residence Inn. Applicants present. Name and address for the record, and tell us about the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Walter Lindgren, Lindgren Labrie Architecture here at 247 North Eagle Road here in Eagle, Idaho. I have just been consulting and kind of being the local liaison with the development team for this Residence Inn project, which is in Molinary Park, trying to provide guidance and continuity, as the development of Molinary Park proceeds forward. So I'm just going to do a quick introduction and then hand it over to Jeff Deegan with Deegan and Deegan Associates. Deegan and Deegan. It's just like me hand in my hand, right? So anyway, so just want to give you some point of reference, and we'll come back to some of these images because there's kind of a narrative I'd like to just leave you with. But just first, before we get there, I just want to kind of get you oriented where we're at. This is Molinary Park, may look familiar to you. The far left portion is the 91 unit development, townhome development, which I know has been through the board, has been approved. I think we're close to getting zoning compliance and getting ready to submit that for a building plan check. So you've seen that. In addition to that, in these areas, we have some mixed use that has not been through, but will be coming through before long. kind of a second piece to this whole development is the Molinari Park multifamily. As you know, this has tried to make its way through design review, is now in the process of a development agreement modification. I think we're confident that we can get that resolved and get it back to design review for your review and a look at it. And then the third component is this commercial site, which under the development agreement arrangement was my understanding, and having not been part of that application process, it was an unknown at the time. They didn't know if it was going to be just a mixture of retail, commercial buildings. In this case, what has happened is it's become, the proposal is for a 131 unit hotel, so 4-story. I know Jeff is going to get into the middle of the application process. We have been through conditional use application process with the city. Has been through council, has been approved for the height exception. I know Jeff can address that a little further, but just more or less want to kind of give you where we're at with the applications and how it addresses and just how the balance of the development is playing out. With that, I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Dagan, and I'm going to come back and address some other items as it pertains to the design. But Jeff, if you wouldn't mind coming up and introduce yourself, please.
Mr. Chairman.
And if there are questions, sorry, I don't want to circumvent that. Sure.
I just wondered if you wanted to put the sign, address the sign while we're addressing the building.
Member Morrell, your question again?
Do you want to address the monument sign or the sign, building sign?
There is a separate application for that is going to follow this application. Does that address your question? So we have two applications in right now. One is for the building specific, and then secondly, we'll address the signage.
Okay. I'll just wait and do that.
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, I'll be here for questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, you want to?
Thank you, Walter.
Name and address for record.
Members of the board. My name is Jeff Dagan, Dagan Managing Principal with Dagan & Dagan Architects in Seattle. Our address is 1402 3rd Avenue, Seattle, Washington 98101. We're hotel architects. That's all we do is hospitality design. I started my hotel design career at Marriott as an employee, and this reminds me of days when I actually had to present our designs to Mr. Bill Marriott because he reviewed each hotel personally back in those years. I'll try to be very brief with my presentation today and respectful of your time. I trust that most of you have probably seen part of the packet and are somewhat familiar with the project. I want to introduce our client who's here this evening. AMS Hospitality is represented by Mr. John Cooper, their Chief Development Officer. Attending virtually is Johnny Hilfiger, their project manager, probably the most detailed person I've ever worked with. Very good. When I first met Mr. Cooper, I asked him if this was to be a prototype Marriott Residence Inn. As you know, in the hotel world, all the big brands, they design what they think a Residence Inn should look like, and they update that every 2 or 3 years, and that's their prototype. And I questioned from the very beginning that a prototype would not fit well here in Eagle, Idaho, nor do we particularly like to design prototypes. We're a very design-oriented firm. We want to design our buildings that fit the locations. And he looked at me in the eye and says, "No, Jeff, this is going to be way better in every way. I want a building that we can be proud of." So hopefully that's where we're heading. I do want to take 1 minute to compliment you on the professionalism and the level of detail that we've experienced working here in Eagle in the last half year. It's among, in my opinion, the best in any jurisdiction that we've worked in. So congratulations to all of you. Let's go through the project as quickly as we can here and get to your discussion. This site plan is a little hard to read. I apologize. It was a late entry, but the main things here are the building orientation. We've oriented the building so it faces Highway 44. We're using the existing curb cut and entry into the site that was established with the Molinari Park Master Plan. So you see there in the upper right-hand corner, the main entry, that's where it currently was always planned. We've added a second entry on the left in the center property line there on the west side for through circulation and for emergency access to and from the site. All of the circulation on the site exceeds the requirements of the Eagle Code. All of the aisles are wider. The fire department wanted a 26-foot wide aisle. Land use code was only 24. We made all of the aisles 26. We provided fire ladder access to every wing of the building when only one was required. All of our compact stalls are larger than required. We have all of our parking on site, and we meet or exceed the code. Going back to this site plan, if you will, there's a shaded area in pink on the east corner there at Molinary and State Highway 44. That portion of the site is reserved for a future restaurant. It's not part of this application, but the landscape around the entire perimeter of the site is part of this application. The site will be fully landscaped, and we've reserved enough space in that pink zone to meet code for a future restaurant if and when that comes to pass. So the ground floor of the building, again, exceeds every requirement that Marriott has. Their Residence Inn has a very small meeting room. We learned that the City of Eagle had a shortage of meeting room space for community events. We've provided a 3,000 square foot meeting room that will be available to the public. It's facing the front of the building so that it's visible from the intersection and from the entry of the site. We have an outdoor enclosed pool, much larger than what the Marriott requires, a larger fitness center. The dining facilities are intended mostly for the hotel guests. The off-site restaurant would serve the community in the future. Upper floors of the building are almost all guest rooms, 4 stories. We went 4 stories to achieve a smaller footprint on the site. This opened up our views to the surrounding mountains much more. A 3-story building almost consumed the site. And as you can see on the right, nestled in the trees is a potential future 1-story restaurant, again, keeping the sight lines low and open. As was mentioned earlier, Walter mentioned that we had a conditional use permit approved for the height exception, being under 54 feet. Roof lines and height were a concern from the very beginning. We wanted to minimize the height of the building, but still keep the roof lines interesting. The majority of the building is in the 48 to 49 foot range, not 54. Only the feature tower at the main entry reaches up to 54. Landscape requirements meet or exceed all of the requirements that the City of Eagle has. I remember working for Bill Marriott. He wanted his landscape to look like it had been there all along the day the hotel opened. He did not want it to have to take a year or 2 to grow in. And Mr. Cooper has directed us to upsize all of our landscape to achieve that. We want this site to look properly landscaped the day the hotel opens. So with that, let me turn it over to Jim Myhan to go into the landscape design a little bit further.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think to begin with this project, as we know, we've worked on all 23 acres of this overall site, with this being phase 4, and tried to keep some continuity throughout with the planting palette, planting types, planting sizes, as we've worked through all of these projects. I think this project, the client brought to us and asked us to kind of to bring this project in as kind of at above the normal standards, because that's what they're their corporate goals are. In addressing previous submittals for height exemptions with council, we've increased our street buffer with State Highway 44 from 30 feet to 50 feet. And in that zone where we've kind of bubbled those tree areas, when we go to our planting legend, we've required that if we have a 2-inch tree by standard, it'll go to a 4-inch tree. And if we have an 8 to 10 foot evergreen, it'll go to a 10 to 12 foot evergreen to kind of help scale the hotel to the surrounding landscape and to the corridor into the city. We do have a future phase potential for a future restaurant, and so I thought that I would kind of break down the open space numbers just to show that we do kind of comply in both ways. Our total development area is 4.35 acres. Our total landscape area is 1.26 acres, so that's about 28%. Our percentage of interior is 27%. And our percentage of right-of-way is 12%. There's a piece in the northeast corner that ACHD eventually will take over and make improvements to Palmetto, but even with that taken out, we recalculated that, and we still meet all of the percentages by more than enough, and the future restaurant pad will have enough landscape space to more than exceed the 20%. So just thought we'd kind of go through all those calculations, make sure we didn't miss anything. Addressing staff recommendations, we're happy to comply with all site-specific conditions of approval, number 3, number 4, number 5. And I'll stand for questions.
Any questions for landscape architect?
Mr. Chairman.
Member.
No, but a great appreciation and thank you to the Marriott and to Mr. Mayan for the upgrade of landscaping here. It'll definitely pick it up on that corner as it's a major corridor. I appreciate the consideration with the heights of the building to be able to still see the scenic corridor of the mountains. I think as far as the landscaping, I think it looks great. I have no questions.
Any other questions?
I think it looks wonderful.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt.
Going to hand it back to Jeff.
All right.
Thank you, Jim. Again, for the record, Jeffrey Dagan with Dagan & Dagan Architects. I want to shift our attention to the roof of the building just briefly. It was one of the staff recommendations. There was some concern about the screening of the mechanical equipment on the roof. This is the roof plan here, and the shaded area in the center of the roof is that part where mechanical equipment would occur on the roof. The dark shaded areas is where larger equipment would be housed. All of the equipment is shielded. The current design has screen walls that completely shield all of the equipment. The larger equipment has taller screens that are part of the architectural facade of the building at the end caps, if you will. You have to look really closely to see the screen wall of the center of the building. It's only 42 inches high, but the only thing it's screening are the vents, the fans from the bathroom exhausts that are only about 2 or 3 feet tall. I can show you further in the drawings that have already been submitted, but we do meet the requirement that if you were to look straight onto the mechanical penthouse, all of the equipment would be screened. That's already documented in the drawings that were submitted. If you're standing on the street looking up, as you would be in these renderings, you don't even see the screen in most cases because it's set back from the edge of the building. It's a hot button of mine. I would never let any mechanical equipment remain exposed from view. It's just not right. So this is probably the first time you've seen in front of the board this design for the building. We but I want to say it's been in constant evolution for the last 6 or 7 months ever since we started. Almost every aspect of this building has been redesigned at least 2 or 3 times to meet comments that we received during the process. And a lot of the upgrades, that are incorporated are quite thoughtful. The first is obvious is that the facade of the building does not have any what we call PTACs, the window exposed air conditioning units that you see on low-end hotels. All of our air conditioning is inside of the hotel. The other thing you see on lower-end hotels are the little vents, little square vents all over the facade of the building for the bath fans and the kitchen fans. All of that was taken to the roof where it could be concealed. All the mechanical equipment, as I said, is screened. Even the roof drains, we've opted for a more expensive option to make them frost-free, bring them down through the center of the building, rather than having downspouts on the outside of the building, which just doesn't look very upscale. All the landscape's been upgraded, as Jim pointed out. Even some of the materials, where we have stucco, we're using real stucco with an acrylic finish that shields, the dirt and lasts longer, rather than the EFIS products that you see on lower end buildings. Even from an environmental standpoint, a large percentage of the pavement is pervious, so the water drains through it into the soil as opposed to being run off or taken to a storm sewer system. So lots of design considerations at almost every level. I better make good on my comment about respecting your time here. This view here is in response to wanting to respond to the architecture of Molinari Park. On the right, you see what the current design is for the apartment buildings, the multifamily buildings that are immediately adjacent to the hotel. We're looking eastbound on East Plaza Drive here toward the hotel in the background. If you look closely, you see how we've tied a lot of the design features of the apartment buildings into the hotel. Roof lines, roof caps, colors of the materials, the massing, the modulation. It's not an identical twin to the apartment buildings, but it's an older sibling, maybe, something very closely related, but something distinctive in its own right to anchor that corner. Here you see the main entry area. Again, the Marriott prototype doesn't even have a covered entry area. It just has a little eyebrow that sticks out from the front door, and we want a proper entry that will greet the guests and your community people when they come visit the hotel. Again, colors, materials, roof lines, all echoing that which is in the rest of Molinari Park. Here, again, you see sort of the modulation of the building. This is not a small building, but yet it's broken into pieces so as not to overwhelm the site or the area. My show and tell on the materials is not quite as nice as some of the others you've seen tonight, but let's go through some of them. Walter, maybe the color palette, first of all, the paints, the first one, the paints, the very first board, and, oh yeah, all 3 of them, if you would, please. We picked paint colors that not only relate to that in Molinari Park, but colors that we thought that were rich and deep enough to hold their own during the winter climate. I've spent a lot of time here since we started this last December, and buildings look different in the winter. There's a lot of gray weather, and you want colors that are vibrant and deep and make a statement under those conditions. In the summertime, we have these beautiful summer days. If the buildings are too bright, you can hardly look at them. They're so white, especially next to a highway. So we hope we got the colors right. Our use of the stone brick there that is placed in front of you is mostly in the front areas, places where people are up close to it and can touch it and see it. All of the metal on the building is going to have Kynar finishes that do not fade in their color. There's no exposed metal seams in anything. They're all very high-end, expensive metal panels tied into the rest of the system. Window mullions are in some cases white, depending on the colors of the building, other cases dark bronze, picking up on the urban, or the earth-like, earthen colors of the palette. So, let me see, I think if we covered it all, Walter, what have we missed? I'll let you close, Walter. Oh, excuse me, if I could, there was a question earlier about the signage, so, but it's in a separate file.
We'll do it next.
Next one.
Okay, it's very simple, and we have some blow-up pictures for the signage to help you out on that.
Just real quick before, any questions for Mr. Dagan? Did you have?
Where does the copper go?
Yeah. You have an image here.
I have a pointer here. We're not sure if we can use the copper. Very honestly, I haven't found a high-end metal product to do it. But if we do it, it's these little window spandrels between the windows, and the idea is that it's a similar color to the bronze windows, but not a shiny metal. It won't be shiny. We're looking for something that has a rusticated finish to it. The other metals are typically this darker gray color that's on the paint palette right there. This is a picture of the screen wall that we're using. Perhaps the most expensive screen wall that I've ever put on a building. It's going to be all metal with Kynar finishes with 40-year color warranties. It has small slats between it to allow the wind to get through it, but I think it's 98% shielding anything behind it. You won't see any mechanical equipment. The cement plaster, there's a small 12 by 12 inch sample of it. It has an acrylic finish on it. It sort of sheds dirt a little bit better, stays cleaner longer. We used this finish on a hotel, and 10 years later, I went to see the hotel. It looked as good as the day that we built it. So, any other questions on materials?
Yeah, I do have a couple questions. You mentioned PTAC fresh air. Where are you, I know on these renderings, do you show your fresh air intakes for the units?
We are using vertical heat pumps, which is a air conditioning unit that's completely inside of the hotel room. And the fresh air intake, you can no longer bring it through the corridor. That's no longer allowed by code. You have to bring it in directly from the outside or duct it. We're bringing it in from the exterior of the building through a louver, but all of the louvers are on the side wings. You see how the building, the guest rooms sort of undulate in and out a little bit? Mm-hmm. All of the louvers are on that narrow return wall, so you don't see them, and they're painted to match their adjacent colors, adjacent materials.
Gotcha.
None of them are facing
various sizes. Gotcha.
Something like that.
But I mean,
is that close enough?
Gotcha. Okay.
Any other questions while I'm here?
Any other questions?
No, thanks.
I think we're good. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, again, Walter Lingren, Lingren Labrie Architecture. So our role, in working with Jeff and the team is really trying to marry up the design components with where we were headed. Certainly the townhomes have been through the board, through approval. Just want to be full disclosure, at the risk of presenting something prematurely, for example, this image, we wanted to show some context because when we met with council regarding the height exception, there was a lot of discussion about harmonious architecture, and that was a big component in the development agreement. And so worked very closely with Jeff and his team to try to really bring that home and bring that in congruence with the balance of the design. So at the risk of getting ahead of ourselves on the design, this is just showing where we are with the multifamily. We realize it hasn't been approved yet or even been really reviewed by the board. But the ideas architecturally were reflecting what's been brought forward to you in the townhomes as an example, multifamily falling forward, and then the hotel. One of the things I know Jeff kind of alluded to is that the idea is that we're not replicating architectural components to what we're doing to the multifamily and the townhomes because they're different. The program's different. They're different animals. So what we felt is just to complement the architecture and the coloring, and so to provide, I think, the warmth. We talked a lot about colors and textures and the warmth of the palette to really bring that in, again, in congruence with the architecture, the balance of the development. And I think this just kind of highlights that. This is a shot looking from the east to, I guess, to the west and northwest. And just also want to highlight the expansive windows that's been proposed for this building is just, the architecturally, again, the harmonious nature, what we were trying to communicate and really bring to the forefront is the effort and desire to bring these in line with the architecture that's happening adjacent to the multifamily. Again, so with the massing, you've got a really thin footprint of a building, and I think what Jeff and his team has done really well here is actually breaking these masses up, and you don't have these large expanses of building mass. You've got these elements that really create a lot of definition and undulation. And so just want to kind of, end the presentation with just kind of really honing in on that piece of it. I know it's been a conversation we've had with council and just we'll have with them again because we will be back in front of council with this application and just want to make sure how we've addressed that in that comment. So I would stand for questions with the board, please.
Questions for the applicant?
No.
We're good. Thank you.
Staff recommendations.
Number 2?
Are we able to?
Yeah, sure.
add to that?
Well, you want to address number 2?
Well, I just want to tell them that we want to accept them and that.
Oh, yeah, I can do that, Jeff, if you don't mind.
That we think they're appropriate and acceptable, and that we would like the screen wall removed
Yeah.
because the drawings already show.
Agreed. So, yeah, to Jeff's point, so just want to address the site-specific conditions as they are laid out in the staff report. I don't think there's no contention on any of them. I guess the only exception we would have is site-specific condition number 2 to Jeff's earlier presentation that the screening of that rooftop mechanical units have been addressed in the application, whether it was clear on the drawings or not. We fully understand. At the very least, if there's still a condition that remains, I know the condition reads that this would be reviewed and approved by the design review board. If for some reason there's a disagreement about whether or not that's clearly indicated, we want that to be restated as to be reviewed by staff and a member of the board, not to come back to a full review. But again, our position is that it has been fully addressed under the application.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Merrill.
Mr. Lindgren, can you tell me how far back they sit from the edge of the building? On
the units
we
themselves?
talked about the height and the view site view from that on that, and but are they towards the front of the building, towards the middle of the building? Where do they?
I'll let Mr. Dagan address that. Why don't you go ahead, Jeff?
Ish. You don't have to tell me exactly.
I'm estimating that all of the screen walls are 15 feet back from the edge of the building, and they're 42 inches tall. Okay. And that all of the equipment behind the 42-inch walls is roughly 38 inches or less.
Okay, thank you. The reason I ask is you look right across the street at the Crunch building, the fitness center that's there. Mm-hmm. Used to be a Rocky Mountain Fitness, which belonged to our family. And the very first thing that went up there that we changed was the mechanicals on the roof. And if you look at that screen wall up there, that's the reason why everybody has to screen now. Because that was the first one in. Yeah, and not a good one. So
no, it's worth the effort to do it right. And
so we appreciate your efforts on that. Thanks.
Right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? We'll hear from staff. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll probably go through some of these a little bit quick, just since they've done a thorough job of explaining everything. Obviously, we know where the site is, how the site lays out, and then the landscape plan, the building elevations. And so this is kind of an elevation that this gray, to me it's gray, element that's back here, and it kind of undulates. But you can see that is the screen wall that they are proposing that is beyond the actual building walls of the building. So you can see that on the elevations here as well. And then on the other elevations. And these are the materials, which you've seen, floor plan, 2nd through 4th floor plans, and then the mechanical units as their team had already addressed. So this might give you a little bit better view of the screen wall. You've got your regular building wall and your elements that are at the corners of the building, but then you have the internal, and so it does look like it varies in height a little bit, but that is to show you that that's where those are located. And they have larger mechanical units at each end here, and then one in the center. Again, just for, and then this was one of the cross sections that, or these were the cross sections that were provided within the application. And yes, you know, any of the venting and the air duct and whatnot, you know, what they've shown screens that, and then the same with, but it's like at the exact height, and I'm assuming that they've done their homework for any curb height or anything like that, along with the height of the units. This is probably the only area where I'm a little bit concerned with the mechanical unit, in that it's screened from one elevation, which would be from the east, but from the west, it would appear that it kind of peaks up over that roof element, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get into the site-specific conditions. Anyway, these are the perspectives. So the issues of special concern, obviously the architecture is deferred to the board, and the metal siding is deferred to the board. The orientation, this is in the community overlay district, which does have a requirement that you're either adjacent to a sidewalk or you have a plaza area. And I'll work with you on that one as well. The rooftop mechanical screening, the north and south pedestrian connection, historic lights and landscaping, matching the revised civil and stamped architectural plans. So again, architecture is deferred to the design review board. I will leave that to you. While I'm here, those vents that Jeff was referring to, they're on the cream color, and they're on the sides of all those elements, just to point those out. Metal siding, again, anything that is within the CEDA, it's not permitted. It is a very small element, but anywhere where you have the cream colored material under these windows is a metal element. Again, it's just because it's required with code, or that it isn't permitted without approval. The orientation of the building towards a plaza within the CEDA, I deferred this, but I've tried to show, obviously the front of the building faces east, but they also have, you know, you've got an entrance that comes from, you know, the development from the west. They've got an eating area out there. It's an outdoor plaza area. So in the blue, I have indicated some plaza or wider sidewalk areas where they're proposing to put pedestrian elements and different things like that. So I will defer to the board. It's not, the building design isn't conducive to being adjacent to the sidewalk. The other thing that I'll address with this also, let me go back to a site plan really quick, sorry. Maybe. When this went through Parks and Pathway Development Committee, so you've got the pathway that is along Rocky Mountain Business Park, which is to the east of this this development. Then you have Palmetto, which is a right-in, right-out off of the state highway. And then we're going to eventually continue the pathway on. One of the things that the Parks and Pathway Committee was concerned about, and that is, you know, people having free, you know, in and out, and pedestrian and bicycle connection there. So they asked that the sidewalk along the east side of Palmetto be wider, and then it would cross at a controlled intersection, and then it comes along, you have the wider sidewalk here, and it's actually even wider than our normal 10-foot sidewalk. It's actually about 13 with the street trees and everything. And so that pathway would then continue along the north, and then it will come down along mostly on the property to the west of this, a little bit on this site as well, and come down and connect with the rest of the sidewalk connection. So with that, they did not want to put any sidewalks along this west side of Palmetto to just really deter people from trying to even, walk and ride bikes and everything on that side, to really try to keep the crossing at that right in, right out from happening. So with that said, Jeez. Okay, oops, too far. Again, I've the orientation of the building towards Plaza within the CEDA. I'll defer to the board, and I just wanted to give a little bit of that background. The rooftop mechanical screening is in site-specific condition number 2, and I've talked about it, and I've shown the elevation. And then this is obviously Jeff already discussed the material that's being utilized for that. I noted in the staff report that the code says that it's to be screened by the parapet walls. The parapet walls are at this location, and then the screen walls are at a different location. Member Merrill, you talked about Rocky Mountain Business Park and the Crunch Fitness now, Rocky Mountain Fitness, when it was originally done. And I remember when that happened, and I remember that you were not very happy about that. They put up mechanical units that far exceeded the height of the parapet walls, and so that screen wall was a fix. It wasn't what was approved. It was, but there was nothing that we could do at the time, considering that the size of the mechanical units. I don't know if there's a way for this. I don't know where the board's feeling on this or whatnot is. If providing an additional screen that isn't part of the parapet wall, or if you want it to look more like the material of the building instead of a screen wall, I've put it in as a condition, but I'll defer to the board if how you feel on that. The north-south connection to East Plaza, again, you've got these plaza areas out here, and you've got these plaza areas on the west side. So, you've got the possibility of people wanting to, head to the north, down Plaza, into downtown. So I didn't know if there was a location, if parking can be smooshed or whatever. It sounds like maybe they can work, some type of pedestrian connection to the north. Today, when I was putting this together, I was thinking, well, people come in and out of this side, and there's this pathway that's going to go down here, and then eventually possibly cross the, the highway, or at least even, continue. So I did not put this in my condition, but if there's a possibility of a condition to the west, I'll defer to the board if they feel that is important as well. Historic lights along Palmetto, I figure there's going to be about 3 that would be required. This is an existing one that is located on East Plaza, so with the 150 separation, there would be the addition of about 3. Landscaping to match the civil, and this happened because there was a requirement of a 50-foot buffer along the highway, which it smushed everything to the north. So some of these landscape islands the plant material hasn't been shifted, which is easy. And then plans stamped by a licensed architect. So that is all I have. I'll stand for questions.
Questions for that?
Mr. Chairman, Barb, could you pull the plan up that shows the pathway again, what the Parks and Pathway Committee wanted or didn't want?
They did not want any pathway along this west side of North Palmetto. There is one on the east side, and then it crosses at the crosswalk here, and then it's a 13-foot wide along East Plaza, and then it comes back down, and the sidewalk along Plaza continues on, but the pathway continues down to the south here.
You had another picture that showed the pathway coming along the berm and then zipping into the side. That one, right. Okay,
Well, this
so-
one doesn't show the pathway, I don't, oh, well, maybe it does.
Is there one there?
Again, this is on the property to the west. It hasn't been developed
Oh, it
at this
hasn't been
point.
developed yet.
Right,
Okay.
but per the PPRC's recommendation, it will be in that alignment there.
Okay, so I'm concerned about the one that goes along the berm, along and headed to the west. To
This
the
one?
East, west, east, yeah, east.
We're not looking at that site, that's already done.
Okay, I know, but we're gonna follow, I want, just follow my thinking about it. So if you head to the east, and you have a pathway along there, it's gonna get built sometime along. It'll continue that pathway, right? That's already in the berm? Right there, right. You head towards the east on it, and it'll come down here to Palmetto.
There will not be a pathway along here.
That's gonna stop right there then, at where it's at?
Yes,
Okay, so, all right, I see what you're saying then. Because I was trying to think, if you're coming down East Plaza and you're coming around the hotel and the restaurant there, if you wanted to continue on there, you wouldn't be able to connect up with the other pathway headed into town. Correct, on the berm?
along here, there's no pathway
Yeah.
proposed.
There's
And that's because
nothing-
PPRC did not want people crossing at this intersection. They really wanted to deter it from happening. So there is no pathway along here.
Okay.
It's along Plaza.
All right,
It's in your packet. It's like the last
the last thing in there.
few pages. I apologize. There will be a connection from this north-south one, that there will be some in this location. I apologize. It's from basically the hotel site to Palmetto that there will not be a pathway, because they want you to go north to Plaza, then go across to Palmetto, and then come down Palmetto.
Okay,
Any other questions for staff?
no.
Thank you.
Is there anything that you want up, or?
Yeah, the summary would be great. Perfect. All right, thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Anybody like to comment on some of these? I'll jump in. As far as the architectural design, I'm okay with that, as far as everything that we got on that. The metal siding, I'm good with it. I do feel like it does make it look like the building has P-TECH units, metal right underneath windows, but I'm okay with using it in the small quantity that they do have there. Orientation, I'm good with. I don't have any issues there. Rooftop mechanical screenings, I think that's probably my biggest issue. The slatted, open structure makes it look like it's added to the building specifically to screen units. It's not part of the design. It's an added situation. So my opinion is that it either needs to, the parapet walls need to come up to cover that, or it needs to be some sort of solid wall in some sort of fashion. You can have a 18-inch gap on the bottom, and then screen from there up. There's other sections that are solid. It's a mass of screening. It's going to be a dominant view. We see in some of the elevations, when you look at them, it looks like it's solid just because there's so much of it. So I don't, my personal opinion, whatever the board feels on that, but to me, that needs to be a solid screening of sorts, or something needs to be addressed that is going to be a major element of this building and needs to be addressed. Pedestrian connection, I'm great with. Historical light poles, I'm great with. Landscaping, no problems there. And stamped architectural is an issue. The only other comment I have, I would like to see the fresh air intakes called out on some elevations and color and just metal, just so that there's no issues on, and see what they look like, just to be sure it works out, since none of the colored elevations show them. So those are my only comments.
Mr. Chairman?
Member Merrill.
I concur with your comments on that. I am am concerned, always have been, about the screening on the roofs. And when you're up close, you can't see it. But if you're driving down 44 or on the bypass down there and you're coming from Edgewood on that, you can see a lot of things that are up on top of places and the rooftops on that. So I appreciate the material and the cost of it and the quality of that and all of that, but the gray color for sure does not fit the rest of the buildings if it happened to peek up through there. So I would like to see something else up there that would complement the top of the building and make sure that we absolutely cannot see those. They are pretty big, and of course the building's big. You probably will never hear me say that I like a 54-foot building, as I've always stuck to 35 feet was plenty high for me. But I think that this building grants it, and I think they've done a beautiful job in the colors and the style, and I think that it will be an anchor to the Molinari, rest of the Molinari subdivision. As far as the height differences for some of these other buildings, I think it'll be okay. We've got another big building across the street and the hotel, and as we look at the complementing of around the area, we have to look across both north, south, east, west, and I think the colors that are within the Rocky Mountain Fitness area, as well as the ones that are in the Riverside Drive over in the other side, the hotels, and as well as this one, all will blend well. Not blend well, but they complement each other. I think that they'll stand out okay, as well as some of the buildings that we've approved in the Molinari and that we have future with. So I'm okay with your architecture. I like the cap on the top of the building. I think that that's a nice feature that we have on the ends of those, and I like the way the building undulates back and forth, like the portico and the driving through, and I think the colors are a nice color that you can blend a lot of things with as you build some of the other buildings throughout the town. So it will be a large piece of building and a very prominent location on that, and I think they'll be pleased when it's filled with lots of customers. So yeah, I'm okay with now that I understand what we're doing with the pathway, I'm okay with that. I wish we had continued along the front of 44 because it's all the way rest of the way down the street. So I don't know if we can talk to the pathway committee and doing that, but I think people do like to ride their bikes along there, and it's a nice safety zone off of the highway there. Historic lights are natural there. I think that's no worry there. I do worry about a sidewalk not in front of the coming future restaurant area and connecting all on that side of the street, even if there was ways to stop people going across, but I don't have an answer for that. So orientation, I think is a great orientation for both east and west and north and south for that. So I'm pretty good with that. I do like the copper metal on this. It brings I think it'll be a little shine to it, and if you can't find something on that, some paint color, that will be okay with me too. So, but I kind of like that. And again, I like the architecture of it, and I'm usually not more of a modern fan of architecture, but I think this is well done.
I completely concur. It's great, and I think the issues are proper, so.
Staff, are we missing anything? Okay. I can hear you.
Someday I might get a microphone back. Whatever conditions, if you like them the way they are written, or if there's like the metal siding and the orientation of the building and any of those things, if there's not a condition about it and you are approving them, if you would put them in as conditions.
Okay. All right. I think that'll go. All right. So I think I'll make a motion, and then we'll, I think, leave site-specific conditions as is. We'll modify 2, maybe, and then add some more to hit these. See how that goes? All right. Make a motion to approve DR-34-22 with the standard conditions as written and the site-specific as written, with the following modifications to site-specifics. Site-specific condition number 2, at the end of the first sentence, add or solid structure. And in the next sentence, at the 10th word, add approved by 2 design review board members. And then we'll add site-specific condition number 13, provide revised elevations of the fresh air intakes for the HVAC units, outlining the materials and colors to be approved by staff and 1 member of the design review board. Actually, I'm just gonna make it 2 since everyone's gonna have to look at it, everything anyway. So 2 members of design review board. And then we'll make a motion that the design review board approves the metal siding use in limited locations as shown in the DR packet. That's number 14. Number 14, design review board approves the orientation of the building. Number 15, or what's that? That was 14? That was 15, all right. Well, so now we're on 16. Design review board approves the north-south pedestrian connection to East Plaza as shown. Then I guess the next 3 would be all be in the site specifics, so we don't need to address them. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, that's good. All right. Motion's been made.
I'll second that motion.
Seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, we'll move right along to the sign. DR-35-22, 3 building wall signs, 1 monument sign for the Marriott Residence Inn. The applicant's present. Come on up, name and address for the record, and we can go over the locations and style and size of the signs.
That's just silly.
Thank you. Jeffrey Dagan with Dagan and Dagan Architects, 1402 3rd Avenue, Seattle, 98101. This is our application for exterior signage. It's much shorter than the previous one. We're asking for 3 facade signs as shown on the lower elevation here. All 3 would occur at the end caps, if you will, of the buildings in a relationship that's as shown here. All of the letters are backlit or halo lit, is I think the terminology. All the lighting would be 27K or 30K, the warm light white that is preferred here. There's 1 monument sign proposed at the main entry off of Palmetto. All of that lettering again would be the same, backlit with warm white lights, brick and materials matching that of the hotel. Any questions?
Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Member Merrill?
Can you just, for the record, tell us the color of your metal letters on the side of the building?
Barb, do you know, was that called out in the application? I want to say dark bronze.
It's in there. I'm trying to find the
I think it has an RI number.
metal letters.
This map is not big enough to see it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, on the screen is what I had that was in the packet.
Mr.
That was
Chairman,
for the monument signs and the building wall signs.
Gray.
powder coated. Okay.
I think this is an REL number, not a paint number, but I think the design intent is that it is a dark gray, similar or matching that of the darkest gray on your color board.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Hear from staff?
I'll stand for questions. There wasn't really a whole lot on this one.
Questions for staff in regards to the sign application?
Barb.
Member Merrill?
Mr. Chairman, Barb.
Oh, gotcha.
The monument sign, do we have anything on that? I just have where it's located.
This is the
That's
monument
the
sign?
monument.
It's curved. You can see that on the landscape plan, it has a curve to it. And so this is what the monument sign is looking like.
Oh, okay, I thought that was on top. And where's the lighting on, is there any ground?
It's ground
lighting?
mounted.
Ground mounted?
Yes, and so there's a condition in the site specifics that it not shine onto the roadway and that it be screened 12 months out of the year. So if there's plant material that needs to be changed to achieve that, then they'll need to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Thoughts, comments?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the signage complements the building and is appropriate in the monument area. I think it'd be nice, visible for day and night, so I think it's nicely landscaped and nicely placed on the building, visible.
Mr. Chairman,
Member Sayer?
do we need to talk about any other signs on the building, like entrance and?
I think at this point, this is all they're proposing. So there were directional signage, or there's some decals on the doors and things that are all permissible through staff and some basic stuff. But I don't know that they haven't proposed anything else, so I'm not sure that there's anything else that we're going to be seeing at this point.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right. With that, I'd like to approve DR-35-22 with the standard conditions of approval and the site specifics.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, guys. All right. Moving right along. We will move to DR-39-22, personal improvement building. Applicants present. Perfect. Name and address for record. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You're back.
Got somewhere.
Let the record record that member Lindgren's back on the board.
This was part of the staff report. So
Who's Jim?
Whoops.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Member Chair, just,
All yours, thanks.
Member Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Member Mayan had to
Thank you.
leave, so he's not going to join us for the balance of this. Just FYI.
We'll leave them off.
Yep.
Left.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're ready.
Thank you.
Good evening, thank you. My name is John Day, Schlichter Ugrin Architects, 415 South 13th Street, Boise, Idaho. Thank you for your time tonight, Chairman, board members. The project we have before you tonight is a personal improvement center. It's a training facility for jiu-jitsu. And the location of the project is at the corner of Woodward and Hill Road. It's just maybe a quarter mile less than that west of Highway 55 going north. The site is actually part of a development that started early 2000s. It has a small commercial component to it, and we are the last lot, the last developable lot in that commercial area. There's multiple single-family residences as part of the development to the south. This property is essentially what we call pad ready. It's a very small site. It's about just over 7,000 square feet, the site is. The building itself is only about 3,100. So again, it's a very small site. The site currently is built out, except for the building, obviously. All the utilities are stubbed into the site. I'll move down. You can see on the, kind of hard, I don't know if I can enlarge that. But our site is right on the corner, the southwest corner of Woodward and Hill Road. And all the perimeter landscaping has been put in and is quite extensive. We plan on retaining every tree there. That's our hope. We will be enlisting a certified arborist to look at that and make sure that they're healthy. But the plan is that all the existing trees would remain, all the existing landscaping would remain. Any that is damaged or destroyed during the construction would be replaced. But I'll get into that a little bit more. I do see it. So one of the conditions is a landscape plan, and we will produce that. So again, the site. So the site, all the utilities are there. The underground utilities are stubbed into the site and are in the parking lot just south of the building. The dry utilities, some of the communications and telecom is just out on the sidewalk on Woodward, just west of our building. The building itself, the style is more or less a modern farmhouse with craftsmen. I think it's well suited for the site and the context of the site, as we're kind of escaping downtown Eagle and moving into the foothills. I think it harkens back to some of the rural past. The materials, board and batten siding, board and batten siding would be white, and it would be a composite. It wouldn't be a rough sawn wood. So it's going to have a little smoother texture, which again goes along with the modern farmhouse look. All the trim would be around windows, fascia, soffits, and the fascia, the trim around the windows would all be the same product, white composite. The trim, the metal trim, flashing, would all be a darker color, black. The storefront windows, dark bronze or black aluminum. And then the entrances are accentuated by some raw materials, some wood, exposed raw wood, and concrete bases on some of the pillars. All the roof drainage would be retained either on the site, so the building's orientation is east-west. All the north side of the roof drainage would flow onto the landscape area, and then everything on the south side of the building flows into the parking lot The parking lot has a valley gutter that then takes it around to the site and dumps into a drainage swale. All that has been designed for that site and has the capacity for our site. So there really are no other utility or site improvements except for around the building and probably about 5 to 10 feet out. Mechanical units, there will be, the main mechanical unit will be an internal horizontal furnace that'll be up in the mezzanine area. But there will be a couple ground-mounted condenser units. Those will be located on the west side of the building, probably about more closer towards the entrance, towards the south side. We do have, again, very tight site, and we have limited building area due to setbacks. So the two little condenser units would be on the pretty much the southwest corner of the building, just to the left of the main entryway, and those would be screened by landscaping. Building mounted lights, there are none proposed for the face of the building, but I would imagine we'd have a couple recessed down lights in the recessed entryways. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman,
Member Merrill.
can you tell me how many parking spots you have?
I believe 13 spots. We did go through a development agreement modification to get the use approved. And during that process, there was quite a bit of discussion regarding parking. And as we've come to find out, there was a parking issue within that development. And I think with the help of this project, we got everybody in the site together, and they all mutually agreed on a parking plan. And so we have designated parking through the site, ours being directly adjacent, and then a couple, I think, are down by the trash enclosure. But again, the building size requires 13 parking spaces per code, and that's what we are providing. So we're not asking for any reduction. We didn't ask for any reduction in the development agreement modification. So.
Any other questions?
Roof. Can you tell me what your roof is, material is?
Yes, I'm sorry, I meant to talk about that. It would be a asphalt or architectural grade asphalt shingle. And it would be a dark color. I think our rendering showed a little gray. That's not correct. So that it's going to be much darker. And it would be, architectural grade, so it has some raised profile, so it'll have a little bit of texture to it.
Member Lindgren?
Mr. Chair. So John, yeah, I caught that too. So from and we don't have samples here, is that correct?
I did not, no, I do not, but I'm more than happy to provide some to you.
Okay, I think that is important for us to have at some point. So I guess what I'm hearing is that the image of the asphalt shingle roofing in your legend is that's what you're proposing, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I gotta apologize. I didn't realize that in the rendering that
Okay.
roof came out that light. So,
Okay.
but yes, the material board sample is a much better replication of what we would provide.
Okay. Can you, while we're here, can you, there's two things that just kind of catch my eye on this. One is that brick element, and so while I think it can be really creative, and is creative to create, poor choice of words, this element that is a unique wall, it's the entry, I get that. But as brick material, it doesn't turn the corner any. So I guess I'm a little conflicted about how this material is being used. I mean, I like the idea of accenting that kind of that corner that's kind of peeled out, but at the same time, a brick material, for it to feel honest, authentic, I just, from the image, it looks like it barely has any return on it at all.
Yeah, I think that deserves a little more development. I think you're right. It more than likely would be a thin brick product.
Okay.
However, I am in agreement with you and would think that we would at least turn the corner 4 inches to show a true brick module, or possibly 8 to show something a little more depth.
Yeah, even if
it looks a little more monolithic, a little more bolder.
maybe the eave follows with it and kind of creates this kind of more purposeful edge. But I think right now, I mean, I like the idea. I just, the choice of materials is just what's got me a little concerned, just because it's just, brick has depth, and, or it should, I guess, as we perceive it, right? And
No, you're absolutely correct, and that's one of the things we're trying to be as true to the nature of the material, hence
Right.
the exposed wood, exposed concrete, board and batten siding. And so again, I do think it deserves a little more development, and I can see some more depth being added to it to address that.
okay. I noticed there's not any treatment trim-wise around the windows, good or bad. I'm just saying I noticed that. Is that by design, or is it
No,
intent, or?
The intent would be to provide a little smaller trim. It wouldn't be a true 2x6 or 1x6. I think something more in the range of 2 inches, a very thin, narrow
Okay.
Trim piece.
To kind of just keep with the more contemporary nature
Correct.
of the architecture.
Yeah.
I mean, I think just something that catches the battens, right? I mean, that kind of
Yeah,
corrals that depth of the
We're going to
batten.
need something to clean up that edge for sure. And I
Okay.
think a little 2-piece similar to the batten is going to accent and accentuate the window.
Okay. And then, can you go to the landscape plan? I think I saw it, but. So can you help me understand what's happening in front of the building? Just from the images, I realize those are just schematic, but do we have plantings in front of the building?
There
like
will
that
be,
green?
there's a small, about a 2.5-foot planting strip
Yeah.
in front of the building. And we do plan on landscaping that.
Yep.
And some small shrubs, flowers, things of that nature, so.
Okay, but you don't have that
No, I
identified at this
don't, and
point?
so that's one of the things that didn't make it in the packet.
Okay.
And I realize it's one of the staff's site-specific conditions.
Okay.
And we take no exception to that. We're happy to provide it. I've engaged CAM Engineering, and they are working on it, so.
Okay. Do they have a landscape component?
They do now.
They do, okay, gotcha.
New building, new landscape.
There you go. Yeah, and I just wanted to comment, I guess, on the roof form. It's very simple. It's not that big of a building. I can appreciate that. So, I mean, there's a part of me that I guess I get a little torn about, providing any additional. And I know the site. I haven't driven by it as of this application. I'm aware of the site. It's so screened. I mean, you just can't see it from Hill Road.
Yeah, I mean, I
just
challenge
know that.
anybody to find that site.
Yeah, it's, but having said that, I just didn't know if there's, part of me can really appreciate the simplicity of it, and part of me is just also wondering, is it going to be just too much of a roof, but something just to consider, but
Yeah.
I think.
If I may address,
Yeah.
I think one of the items that is that one of our intents is to go in there and manicure and clean up the trees, and that's going to bring up the canopy to about 7 or 8 feet.
Oh, so you
And
will
So it's going to
visually-
make the base of the building much more prevalent.
Yeah.
And then therefore, the canopy of the trees, especially, well, only from Hill Road, is going to
Right.
block almost the entire roof.
Right, okay. Okay, I mean, that's all the comments I have at this time for that. Appreciate it, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? to
Yeah,
that?
Mr.
Member Merrill.
Chairman, a couple things on your material palette here that you've got here. The windows are different than the windows on your side palette here. You've got just one break, and I mean, they're not the fretted windows. Which ones are you going to use? The ones in the picture or the one that's on the sides there? Right underneath your exterior wood beams. Those windows are different than the windows that are on your building here.
I'm sorry,
If I
I'm
can.
sorry, I guess I'm not speaking. The windows that are shown on the schematic on the left-hand side of your building, where you have all the materials listed, right, right down, right across, right next to right there. So those windows are different than the ones that are in the front of the building here.
Yeah, the one on the left was just meant to show the material and the
Okay, that's
color.
just a material
Yes.
sample, okay.
Yeah, we
And
wouldn't
then-
have, we would like to provide that lower mullion to break up the windows, to possibly provide some operable windows in those.
Yes.
But that upper mullion I wouldn't imagine that would be there, no.
Okay, and then the other one is under your exposed concrete column bases. They're shown out here as a kind of a light tan, and the sample is a darker darker color, gray. Which one are you using on that?
Again, the rendering on the right is a rendering. The material on the lower left is an actual photo of concrete. So
Okay, so
is that your question?
yes,
Yes.
it shows gray and the other's tan, so I just wanted to make sure that we've got a gray here going. And then your wood columns are the exposed wood beams, and soffits are all the natural wood color,
Correct.
all
Yes.
of that. And as well as the ups underneath your,
Yeah, all the other eaves and rafters would be exposed wood.
okay, got it. That helps, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
So she picked up my question on the windows. It seems a little lopsided, like the other entrance ought to have a little more
Something to it, mhm.
emphasis to it or something.
Okay.
So
Other side, right?
this side here. Drop down to the next picture. Drop down to the next picture, please.
Right there.
There.
This one?
Yeah. It just seems like it needs to have something to beef up the entrance and make that roof less all one plane, I guess. More like the other entrance area.
So, Mr. Chairman, Terry, are you saying that the second entrance should be similar to the first entrance with the eaves? Okay.
So, without a gutter running along there, anybody going in and out that entrance is going to get drowned in the rain.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just so Terry, maybe a question for the applicant.
I'm sorry, is
Go
the
ahead.
comment related to the entrances and more uniformity towards them?
Right.
Yeah, so the way I would address that is that we wanted to make the main entrance more prominent. The entrance on the right is really an exit, and it's not meant to be an entry to the building.
Emergency exit type scenario?
Yeah, if you look at the floor plan, it's a very open floor plan. There's very little interior, a couple restrooms, some changing rooms, but the door on the east is really an exit door. It's not meant to be an entrance.
Just kind of looks a little lopsided to me, but.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, I agree. I think you want to be really careful about highlighting a door that is secondary and not really intended to be for an entrance. I think it confuses the user. I mean, is there, the door aside, is there a way to balance the overall massing is another question, but I just always concerned that we highlight something that's not intended to be, you know what I mean?
I understand.
Yeah, I know, I know. Just,
The building looks a little plain on that side.
yeah, but maybe it's not so much to highlight the entrance, maybe it's to counterbalance, that entry form somehow.
Got a better way of saying that.
I
do.
You're on the right track. No, I mean, I share what you're saying. I just always concerned about those, secondary, net exit being highlighted. But I think I understand what you're saying.
Any other questions for the applicant? Great, thank you very much. We'll hear from staff.
brain fade. Oh, Mr. Chair. Oh, I was going to call you the mayor. Ooh. Sorry. Maybe someday.
That's actually a paid position.
Not much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, personal improvement building that is proposed, and I think John did a great job of explaining everything. So just to kind of recap really super quick, this is the site. It's at the corner of Wooddale and East Plaza, East Hill. So Highway 55 is a little bit more to the east. As he described, this is a pad site. That is all that it is. Everything else, this parking, all the landscaping, it's extensively planted with trees around this entire area. That has all been completely done. And so then this is basically the location of everything. And I kind of thought it was the landscape plan because it was the only thing that was green and that showed the trees. So I apologize if that wasn't what that was for. Anyway, building elevations, you guys have gone over that, the building materials, floor plan. So issues of special concern, architecture deferred to the design review board. Condition number 2 asks for a landscape plan prepared by a licensed landscape architect. And I think they've got a great opportunity to provide some base plantings around this so you don't have lawn right up to the edge of everything and you don't have a 2-foot little area that you've got to mow. So anyway, so that's what I was trying to get with condition number 2. And then the application said generally where the ground mounted units were going. John kind of talked about those, but anyway, condition number 3 just asks that we get a plan that shows where those mechanical units are going to go and how they're going to be screened. So I will stand for questions.
Questions for staff?
Mr. Chair, so Barb, so back to the landscape. So the vast majority of that site is already just naturally landscaped. Is that?
Well, what you have is
what am I missing?
all these
Yeah.
trees.
Yeah.
All the trees are there. There is some landscaping in this landscape island, and that is about it. So the rest of it it's just dirt, and then there's lawn in the front that it's being maintained.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's dirt with trees.
Okay, but nothing was presented in as far as the application?
There was nothing submitted with the application.
Okay.
And then just to go back really super quick, because I know that Member Merrill had a question about the parking, and John addressed it. So yes, all the parking along the front of this is allocated to this user, and then the parking spaces that are located over here. And then I don't remember off the top of my head, but these 3 buildings have allocated all the parking for them, and there is enough parking on the site for everybody.
Any other questions for staff? Great, thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Anyone like to start?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Lindgren.
Yeah, I just, I think the general approach to the design is good. I just think there's some pieces missing here that are pretty important to this board to review. I think having materials on hand is important, and even considering the fact that the colors in the legend aren't matching up to the images that we've been presented. So again, I think the design is on the right track. I think there's some areas that we addressed in comments. I'm a little concerned about that brick material, if there's a way to return it without compromising the design, so the brick has a more authentic application versus just an applique. And then I think, having a landscape plan that we can review and can discern and make a judgment on, I think those are really critical components that are missing right now. So just leave it there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I agree. I think we need to see the landscape plan. We need to have a revised plan that shows all the components that we talked about, meaning the black on the roof, the wraparound on the brick, the right colors on the concrete, the things, the 2.5 foot planters that we talked about in the front, the 2-inch window trim that we talked about may possibly be needing. And so, I would recommend that we do a revised plan and bring it back so that we can see the whole thing completed, and including the types of trees that are around here that we may need to address.
Do we think we just have 2 members look at it, or does it need to come all the way back?
I'm fine either way. I think that we could probably do that. Everything is so costly when you have to make everybody come back, but it is a small project. It's an important project, though. Every project is as important as the next. And if we can address these things easily by bringing back a color board and addressing these other things, I think we probably could do that. We might, talk about some other kinds of poles or other kinds of treatment here in the back of that, so it doesn't look like so long from one side. But yeah, I'm okay with bringing it back with the elements that we need to see with
A couple members.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, so Member Morell, just to clarify, you're saying okay to just with the staff and 2 members, not the full board.
If the board is wanting to do that,
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. If we think we ought to see it, then I'm okay with that too.
I'm not in disagreement. I think as long as we have one landscape member of the board and one of the architects of the board, I think if the board is in general okay, because I don't think they're big items, but they're important items.
Yeah.
And I think if in general that's acceptable to the board, I'm okay with it as well.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree with that. I think that the professional with architect and landscaping are the two that need to review it. And if they can concur and come up with a plan, agree with that, then I'm okay with that.
And Mr. Chair, if I may just add, if we could also just make sure that those conditions, as Member Merrill had alluded to, the trim and some of the other comments that were brought up, we want to make sure that they're part of that. Yeah.
My only comment is, as you locate that ground-mounted unit for the HVAC, I think that's a great spot. You have it. If you guys run into a situation and you want to move it to the, say, north side of the building or something, I think you're going to, I don't know that there's room, but you're going to make sure that's screened just to save you guys time from coming back and processing. It really needs to be screened, and it needs to be, I think it's a great spot where you're talking about. But, and then also just as a note, all your piping coming through the roof for venting, for the restrooms and everything, all needs to be color matched, the roof and whatnot. Just make sure you guys get that addressed and go from there. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve DR-39-22 with standard conditions approval and the site specifics with additional site-specific conditions. Site-specific condition number 10, provide samples and a legend with colors corresponding to the plan to be approved by staff and 2 members of the design review board. Those material samples. Site-specific condition number 11, provide revised elevations and details of the termination of the brick and how that will finish to be approved by staff and 2 members of the design review board. Site-specific condition number 12, provide revised elevations for the trim at the windows to be approved by staff and 2 members of the design review board.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been made, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, guys. Last but not least, we are on DR-68-19 modifications, common area landscaping within stadium view to include phasing. Applicant is present and been patiently waiting. As you might have heard, name and address for the record. And then tell us about the phasing plan.
Good evening. I'm Margie Portia at 7670 Colt Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83709. Along with me is my husband, Jerron Portia, and 2 daughters, Sharice and Brenzel Portia. This has definitely been a family effort, and they've all been intricately involved. So we're just here to, well, first I'll go ahead and remind you of the project. It's been kind of a process. We've owned the property for 30 years. So about 2017, we started thinking about developing it. 2019, we did get a rezone with a development agreement for mixed use C1. And then in 2020, our design review was approved. And so just over the last year and a half, along with COVID and all the other visitor problems of the world, we've made progress. And amazingly enough, it's getting closer and closer to actually becoming a reality. And so we see at this point, though we have some investor and partner interest, that one of the best ways for us to move forward and to keep the project alive was to go with the phasing. Taking a big project and then just breaking it down into doable parts. And while it's not the most efficient, and if we were to get an investor or an opportunity to build everything simultaneously or in a more efficient way, we would definitely go with that. But for this presentation, we're trying to get the phasing part approved. So first of all, I'd just like to kind of remind you, this is kind of a flyover rendition of the project as approved by design review and development agreement. It's a 2.5 acre site, mixed use designation. We have a housing strip there with 2 homes and 3 townhomes, the maintenance building on the end, and then a 3-story mixed-use building with a drive aisle on the bottom, the ground level floor, office retail and restaurant on the other 2 floors, and 4 apartments in that building. Let's see, where did you say these are? There they are. So we really just made this to be a neighborhood gathering place, and we just are trying to progress through that neighborhood hub. There's so much housing and residential units going up, and just really think this would be a valuable area. So I think the easiest way to go through this is, go with what our application shows, and that's on page 10. That's what we originally requested, and then compare that with any conditions. As history has shown, Eagle has never led us astray. So in general, we agree with all the conditions. And as we went back through our own list and tried to rationalize things, we did see how the conditions made sense. There are only a couple of things that we'd like to have a little discussion on and talk through. So phase 1 is the green area on the south side. That includes the small maintenance building, the bottom right, 2 single-family homes, and 3 townhomes. The green area depicts any landscape that's within there, and a fire truck turnaround. And the landscaping would be south of the southern drive, which is indicated there, and anything else within, along the housing portions. Also included in that was a central mailbox for the whole development to go along the maintenance building there. The conditions of approval that were contrary to that, and it does go along with what Eagle generally does for these kind of projects, because they want the frontage to appear complete while the project is progressing. And that was to include frontage along North Horseshoe Bend, 8-foot planter strip, 5-foot sidewalk, and a 5-foot back of sidewalk, which, and along with that, to bury the power lines and to remove those poles. So the poles make sense, the 5-foot sidewalk and the 5-foot back of sidewalk makes sense. The 8-foot planter strip, while we would like to just do low-lying grass maintained or put some kind of enclosure and include a surety, our conflict is that that's lined with trees and bushes. And as we move into the second and third phases, the construction area and equipment and progress would, demolish any trees. The trees would be barriers. So we ask maybe to have a consideration to move that frontage with a surety included to postpone the tree and the large bushes that are required to be there until the third phase, actually, because, being right up next to the road, you can always put, bury the lines, we'll put the sidewalk in, but either enclose that area. The housing strip is almost a little isolated to the side there. So that landscape is not necessarily required to finish that area of the project, and would be finished in the final project, or at least have a surety to make sure it's done if we don't get the rest of the project done. So we'd like you to consider that thought. The second one is, of the conditions was to provide a guest spot for the townhome, which we can accommodate, and we'll provide drawings to include that. The third included in this area is to demo the existing home before an occupancy permit could be required. The possibility is that we might start with maybe the 3 townhomes or a single family home and gauge the market, gauge progress, maybe need to extend time, that kind of thing. Being civilians and trying to develop a project like this, it definitely might have some things that we need to navigate. So our ask is that would it be possible to have to demolish the house and the structures when we reach the 4th home? Because the property is development agreement for 5 homes. So if we can't occupy the first home and we can't occupy the second home or the third, but we never get to the 4th and 5th, it's a setback because we never were able to occupy those. But if we can sell and occupy each as we go, if we get to the 5th house, then we would remove those structures to accommodate the 5 allowable in the development agreement. So we ask you to consider that. And I believe that's all for phase 1 that we'd have to condition. As we move to phase 2, that's the orange area, and that includes the 1-story building. It's 5,000 square foot. The signage that is included with that, as it's a commercial building. We'd need to demolish the home and structures actually, at the end of the other phase. So that was one of our listed, but that's not included here. There's 26 parking spaces included in that orange portion, and the landscape would be north of the south drive aisle. So we'd complete all that orange landscape within that phase. In our drawing here, we've included the frontage, and while we talked with John with the fire department during our pre-app, he did say, we'd have to consider the trees and how that landscape is going to be affected by construction vehicles. We had a good discussion about the fire requirements and how we might meet those as well. So that's phase 2. There weren't any really conditions that affected phase 2 other than we'd still like to not have to put the trees into that front on Horseshoe Bend Road. Phase 3 is the blue. This would be completing that 3-story building and the parking that aligns with that, completing the rest of the landscape through the parking areas, the signage, and I think that kind of clears up all the conditions as far as I can see. I just have another file here. It might just help. I was hoping to try to find a file that showed more of the tree side of North Horseshoe Bend Road. And it's probably in this file here. So that's the site originally. Here is the different views. Here's the housing strip. This is the Horseshoe Bend Road, runs along this side. And so the trees that were required definitely would be in the way of many things. And then this is the one-story building with the three-story behind it, and then the housing strip, and just kind of how that all fits together. So really, just in conclusion, this is a large, fairly unique development that ideally could be done all at once with the right backing, but we appreciate the phasing being approved, especially with those meeting all those conditions with maybe some considerations about what we've asked. And just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, it might be staff and it might be board, it might be applicant, because maybe I wasn't here, but can you tell me when these buildings were approved? Have the buildings been all approved?
Mm-hmm.
You guys have all seen the buildings all approved?
Yep.
That was all approved 2019.
2019, okay. And the landscaping?
November of 2019.
How about the landscaping? And
Yes.
parking, all of that's done?
Yes.
So what we're trying to do now is just break it up into when they can do it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That helps me.
Our other design review modifications that asked for an extension of time actually look to be the first phase to be done in December, and we'd be trying to demo a home then. So we'll probably have to go through and push those a little bit later so that we can kind of work with the elements and kind of the progress. And the landscape phasing came a little bit later, so we're behind the 8 ball with the landscape. So we've kind of got to pull the dates back together. And so there might be some adjustment of the timeline that we're facing. But overall, we think this is a doable project, and we just got to go step by step.
Mr. Chairman, one more question.
Yes.
Can you tell me where your construction entrance is going to be on the site?
Well, phase one, it'll, there's many opportunities. The drive aisle that's near the housing strip would be good access. There's also on the north side, there's a drive aisle, 24-foot. As well, so there'd be access from both sides.
Okay.
Question for you.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about the existing home not being demoed, how about the other structures? It looks like there's a couple of barns, and is there 2 homes, or is that?
That's a residential with 2.5 acres, so there's actually 2 addresses. The home is, it's underlying. I don't know if you can see it on any of your spots, but the home lies about where the one-story building is and into the mid parking lot area. And then the barn and the other trailer structures that are behind that, which would all be in the parking area into phase 3. Our goal is to clear the property as those homes are getting built, to make it a more neighborly appearance. This is a homestead from years ago, and a beautiful barn and other structures. So as those homes near their construction documents and start getting permitted, our plans are to continue to demo those structures, clear the property, and so that we're just moving closer and closer to the second phase. So that when it's time and we do demo the house for that 5th home, that we're ready to go ahead with the one-story building and then continue from there.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, one more question. I think Barb addressed this in the staff report, but parking for the townhouses, we don't have any?
The townhomes have garages that accommodate their parking,
Okay.
but apparently with townhomes, 1 additional spot needs to be for a guest. I foresee that we could at least put one more spot in there, especially with an empty lot next to it, and a fire truck turnaround area. It's just open field right now, so, you know, could probably accommodate several parking spots.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much. We might call you back up, but we'll hear from staff for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www.
We're done. Let's go into bed.
Yes, it is. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is a modification to the common area landscaping within Stadium View Center to include that phasing plan. Again, where that site is located on the west side of North Horseshoe Bend Road. And on your screen is the phasing plan that we just went through. So again, in the 3 phases, you have the residential, then the 1-story, and then the 3-story. And then site photos that were provided in your packets. So issues of special concern were regarding the phasing plan. Site-specific condition number 2 is asking for a revised phasing plan showing the entire frontage along North Horseshoe Bend Road, including an 8-foot planter strip, 5-foot wide sidewalk, and 5 feet back of sidewalk, 1 guest parking space for that townhome building, the overhead utility lines buried and poles removed, and the existing house and structure demoed within phase 1. And so on your screen, I was able to take their phasing plan, go into Bluebeam, and make it look like how we want it to be in this condition. So again, it would be doing the frontage along Horseshoe Bend. They would need to add a spot. So they have the hammerhead for fire. And so that runs into a couple of parking spaces, but we would want to make sure that we have a parking space separate from that. We would also want that existing home and structures demoed before they move forward with their residential portions. That is because when they went through a rezone with development agreement, this site, comp plan-wise, is commercial. It is zoned C1DA, which is Neighborhood Business District with development agreement. And so condition 3.5 permitted them to have the 3 residential townhomes, the 2 single family, and then there's 4 residential condominiums located in the 3-story commercial building. And those are the only residential units permitted, what they have proposed. There's also the site plan and concept plan associated with the development agreement. So that house does need to get demoed. So with that, site-specific condition number 3 asks for that house to be removed prior to issuance of certificates of occupancy for those residential homes, as well as the power lines and the landscaping that we're asking for in this condition. And with that, staff will stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? Emma, I guess I do have one. So really the removal of the home is kind of off the table because that was part of the development agreement, which is a binding legal document.
Correct.
Deal. So we don't have, there's not much for us to discuss on that then. Okay. Any other questions?
I can't figure out where the single homes are. I see 3 townhomes.
So yeah, and that's a single family. I think that's a single family. Yep. Those 2 are.
Oh,
Those 3 townhomes are connected and then 1.
3 townhomes in one bill. Okay, never mind.
2 there. So, any other questions for staff? Nope. Nope. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Anyone like to discuss any topics?
I have a comment. I don't think it's going to make a difference on this, but it seems like the residential homes being built first and then the construction traffic and noise and all that stuff that goes on afterwards is going to put a big strain on the residents and occupants of this phase 1.
Yeah, I definitely think that that'll happen, but I assume that whoever purchases those would understand what this master plan is all about and its commercial use and that whole large, they'd have to know what's coming next. So you'd think if you bought something there or living there, but yeah. And then obviously on the demo of the home, it does sound like it was in the conditional or part of the development agreement, and that's something that's out of our purview to address specifically. So, and then it sounded, what other items do we have?
Oh, the right-of-way improvements.
Yeah, the right-of-way improvements. So it sounded like everyone was good with the sidewalk, the 5 foot, but not planting the trees that we're discussing.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Member Merrill.
I'm thinking of other constructions that we've had throughout the city, and that I don't remember delaying the trees planted in the planting strips during construction time. I think that when it was part of a lot of times they put it in almost in the first type, and then if they have to remove them and move them someplace else because of an entrance here, but this one's already got the entrances where they belong. So, that's why I asked where the construction was going to go. We'll go into the first phase, and there's not any trees necessarily planted in that area, except for that one on the corner, which would mean the rest of the planting and then planting strips in the 8 foot, the sidewalk, in the back of the sidewalk, and the trees could all be done during that first phase as suggested by staff. I think that, the overhead utility lines buried and the poles removed is important when that happens, and that's all part of that first construction phase. And so I still would like to see that happen in the first phase. And then that makes that really a nice looking site for future phasing.
I can definitely see the 8 foot planter strip out front with the trees in it and the 5 foot sidewalk. What's the board feel about the 5 feet back of sidewalk? That's something that could
Yeah.
be.
Phase, wait.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I think that can wait. I think it'd be probably more important how that would taper into the phase 2 landscape is probably more important, so I don't think it's necessary. It may just be.
See the 5 foot sidewalk, but not the.
Correct.
5 foot, got it. Okay. And then I think everything else is relatively addressed.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
I think on that, I think what we do is make a motion to basically leave the site-specific conditions as is. We'd modify site-specific condition number 2, and we would remove the 5 foot back of sidewalk requirement. But from the street, that first 8 foot, the trees, and the 5 foot sidewalk would all have to go in part of the phase 1, and then but we wouldn't require the extra 5 feet. That way, future construction wouldn't affect that as much. We'll go from there.
Yep.
Sound good?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve DR-68-19 with modification. Standard conditions of approval is written in the site-specific. The following modifications to site-specific condition number 2. Strike 5 feet back of sidewalk in the first sentence. And then, motion's been made.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Deal. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hanging out with us all night. All right, we will move on. Item number 6, design review, board reports. How's the next meeting looking?
It's just going to be the Barb Show. I've got
It's a good show.
office building in Channel Center on that vacant, they're tearing down the dentist office and they're building a new building
Where?
behind what used to be Washington Mutual.
Yeah.
Oh, they're tearing
Chase.
down. They're tearing down the dental building.
Uh-huh.
And are they
They're building-
incorporating that vacant lot that's been sitting there forever?
Well, the vacant lot that's to the west, no. But, yes.
Up
The
against?
vacant area that was between the highway and
Yeah,
that,
that little
yes.
piece. Really?
Yep.
They're going to tear that building down.
Yep.
And they're putting in single story, 2-story? I was going to say, got to go up. Okay. Wow. Huh.
And then just
We're
all the
ripping down
findings.
buildings now. We're to that point. We're starting to rip down new buildings that we built.
Disposable.
We've seen the cycle now. We've seen the cycle.
Throwaway,
That's good the second
throwaway
time.
economy.
Yep, that's the first building I think we saw, or I didn't see that one come through, but a new construction building that's,
I was going to say, I can't wait for the first building that I've ever been involved in to see it. I go, that's not a good sign.
yeah, you're getting old.
You know, I'm getting older. Yeah.
Going on.
Something's wrong.
So I think that's all that we have on the next agenda, so,
Okay.
and then all the findings from tonight. So,
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
way to rally.
through it,
Yeah.
so.
And thank you for accommodating us not having a meeting last time, so we're all feeling much better.
I really think that's the first meeting that's ever been canceled in the history of.
Not because of a
Because
quorum.
of staff,
Not because of
anyway.
yeah, well, just not because of quorum or,
Right.
yeah, quorum or, they're just usually,
There's a lot of firsts during COVID, right?
I know, that's right. Our first COVID.
Where are we with our paperless?
So, do you know a little more about that? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Chairman, Member Merrill, the design review board, from what I understand from the city clerk, is supposed to go completely paperless starting the 14th of July, so that'll be the next meeting. I'll have to double check with the city clerk, but that was the slated.
Are we getting training, or are we just gonna throw them out at
Gonna
us?
wing it.
Ooh. That could be a very long meeting
I was mistaken, it's the 28th, not the 14th
of July.
of July, correct, so the second meeting of next month.
So when we come to these meetings, we're gonna be doing what?
So,
Supposedly on tablets.
so they won't be picking up hard copies anymore, right? It's to be dropped in some location for them to
believe
look
so.
at it digitally.
Right.
Everything digitally, okay.
And you're supposed to be able to annotate in it?
Correct. So there's going to be an application that can be accessed at home and here. It's called iLegislate. You'll be able to log in at home. It'll have all your packets, and you'll be able to take your notes, and the notes are specific to your account. It's pretty easy. It's pretty user friendly. There should be a training rolling out on it soon. I'll have to follow up with the clerk to see when that is.
And then when you come to the meeting, there will be a tablet sitting there for you that you will log into that will have all your notes that you made, unless, you had notes on a notebook or something, but anything that you put into your system would be on your tablet. And so you can zoom in, and I don't know, I've never seen any of it.
Will we
And
still
he's-
have these?
We'll still have those for presentations and everything, yeah. Matt says it's easy because he's like early
12.
20s.
Yeah, she's 12, that's why.
What if my computer, I don't have a tablet or a
No,
laptop?
there will be a tablet here at the
But I
city
mean,
for
how do I
you
do this at home if I don't have?
on your computer that
I
you'll
don't have
log
the
in.
kind I can write on or anything.
Yeah, you'll type in the notes, you'll just type in the notes, and it'll save it.
Okay.
Terry, we're
Making
gonna
an
learn
old
together.
dog- You're making a really old dog learn some new tricks here.
Got this.
Got this.
Can we bring our grandsons?
Yeah.
Tech support.
I'm bringing my kids so they can tell me, Mom, you gotta do it this way.
You don't necessarily have to take the notes on the app. It's just a feature that's there for you if you want to. You can take manual notes as well, and
And can we print from that location, do you know?
I believe so. Yes.
Well, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna need the site specifics.
Yeah,
to
you're
be able to
scribbling.
at least write down stuff to make motions on.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, we got a motion?
To adjourn. Yeah, second?
Second.
Third?
All's in favor, aye.
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 Do it.
Get out of here.
All right. Thank you all.
I didn't get to ask this question, but the new format that he's